Good morning, all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today's agenda is about to begin. We would like to invite you to enter the meeting room and please be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, all the distinguished delegates, today's agenda is about to begin. We would like to invite you to entering to the meeting room and please be seated. Thank you so much. All the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, who would like to begin today's agenda, we would like you to invite to enter into the room and please be seated on the chair. And once again, I would like to invite all the delegates to be seated because we will do the agenda. Thank you so much. To all the ladies and gentlemen, if you need the interpreter tools, we serve it on the besides the stage, and you can take to our team. Thank you so much. Good morning. We would like to welcome His Excellency Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono, Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. Insinyur Sigit Reliantoro, DG of Environment Pollution and Degradation Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, International Secretariat, and all distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Asia Pacific Regional Forum on Health and Environment 2024. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we would like to invite Mr. Insinyur Sigit Reliantoro, DG of Environment, Pollution and Degradation Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to deliver the opening speech. Please welcome.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Vice Minister of Health, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Dante Saksono Harbuwono, PhD, Ms. Gita Sabawal, UN Resident Coordinator of Indonesia, distinguished delegates and representatives from APRFHE member countries, Chair and Co-Chair of the Thematic Working Group, Joint International Secretariat and the WHO and UNEP, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, may peace be upon us. On behalf of the Minister of Environment and Forestry, I extend our warmest regard and heartfelt appreciation to all delegations attending the 12th high-level official meeting of APRFHE. I'm encouraged by the strong commitment to further our work in addressing critical health and environment challenges in the region. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to the Joint Secretariat of WHO and UNEP for their support throughout Indonesian chairship. Their expertise has been essential in organizing this meeting and previous one, ensuring our endeavors are effective and impactful. Thank you all for your contribution. I look forward to our continued collaboration. Esteemed delegate, ladies and gentlemen, I guess without saying that the quality of our life, both now and in the future, is profoundly connected to the health of our planet. Our region faces numerous challenges related to climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, threatening the essential fabric of good health, such as clean air, safe drinking water, nutritious food supply, and food security. It is therefore imperative, as mandated by our SDGs, to ensure healthy life and promoting well-being for all at every ages. Just yesterday, the Summit of Future held in New York during the high-level week of the UN General Assembly adopted an intergovernmentally negotiated action-oriented pact for the future. The pact highlighted the resolution from world leaders to strive for a safe, peaceful, just, equal, inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous world in which well-being, security, and dignity and healthy planet are assured for all humanity. Especially, Action 10 of the Pact highlighted action to conserve, restore, sustainably use the planet ecosystem and natural resources to support the health and well-being at present and future generations. Our undertaking today aligns with the objective on the pact as APRFHE remains prominent for its leadership, not only for shining a spotlight on the pressing environmental and health issues into our agenda, but also enhancing collaboration in the region to effectively address them. APRFHE also plays as an essential part in empowering countries in the implementation of relevant national, regional, and global commitment that address the undeniable link between human health and our environment. This will ensure that the perspective and priorities of Asia-Pacific countries are represented in global discussion. Thus, esteemed delegate, ladies and gentlemen, our forum must remain agile, continuously reflecting and recalibrating for stronger and enhanced collaboration within APRE framework. This might involve amending as necessary the framework of cooperation and developing the proposed Jakarta Declaration. Streamlined governance, including strengthened thematic working group, will facilitate a more comprehensive understanding of the interconnected challenges facing the region and provide effective solutions to address them. This approach will enhance our action across all of the APRE strategy issue, priorities, and technical area by enabling exchange of successful strategies and innovative solutions. The chair envisioned the Jakarta Declaration as embodied by our collective resolve and commitment to sustainable development, ensuring the necessary foundation for good health and thriving environment. It is also expected to serve as vital framework for advancing collaborative effort to achieve development objectives and SDGs across the region. In this regard, we express our appreciation for the active engagement throughout the rigorous process of developing this declaration. As we move forward with the home, we encourage member of countries continue engagement in the process throughout the two-day home. I would like to conclude by drawing member attention to approaching conclusion of Indonesian chairship in the APRE. We encourage member countries to collaborate in facilitating a smooth transition, including considering step-upping and embracing leadership roles. Thank you and welcome to Indonesia, and I encourage you to take a moment to enjoy the vibrant and multicultural city of Jakarta. I wish you all fruitful and productive discussion, and I look forward to the positive outcome from this meeting to our minister consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sigit Reliantoro, for your opening remarks. And for the next, we would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono, Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome.
Delegates, representative from World Health Organization and representative from United Nations International Secretariat, environment programs, experts, practitioners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor welcome to the 12th high-level official meeting of the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum for Health and Environment here in Jakarta. We hope you have a wonderful stay in Indonesia and enjoy through hospitality, through our culture and cuisines. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is one issue that requires the same urgency and attention as human health, it is the environmental health. In fact, no nation is immune to the issue of climate change. As of 2024, the Asia-Pacific region is experiencing temperature increase and inconsistency rainfall pattern that expose the spread of many vector-borne diseases like dengue and malaria. Not only that, many of our countries suffer from some of the worst air pollution that lead major health concerns such as respiratory illness, cardiovascular disease, and premature death. Hence, we gathered in this region to discuss approach and strategy that address global health and environment challenges in our world today. As part of Indonesia's commitment in this forum, Indonesia has implemented a number of strategic initiatives to protect our health environment risk factors. We established a thematic working group on the topic of One Health, implementing wash, water, hygiene, and sanitation programs, and future strengthening national effort to achieve a climate resiliency health systems. I certainly hope that these few days are be able to highlight key areas to improve by enhancing knowledge and best practice in addressing existing environment and health challenges, as well as strengthening collaboration and network in innovation solution to mitigate future environment and health threats. Imagine if we treated our environment with the same care and urgency as we do our own health, just as we seek to prevent illness, we must also prevent degradation of our planets. Let's commit to nurturing our environment just as we strive to nurture ourselves. With that, it's my pleasure to officially declare this meeting will open. I look forward to productive discussion and outcome in this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Dr. Dante Saxono Harbuono, for your opening remarks. To all distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next agenda, we would like to invite all distinguished delegates to move to the photo booth area in front of the ballroom at the foyer area to do the photo sessions. And after that, we're going back here and be seated. Thank you so much. We invite all the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to move to the photo booth area in front of this ballroom to do the photo sessions together. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. After the photo sessions, we would like to invite all the delegates to come inside the meeting room again and have a seat. Once again, for all the delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all the participants and delegates to the meeting room and have a seat. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the meeting room. Now we kindly invite the co-chair to proceed the agenda.
Yeah, thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to Indonesia, welcome to Jakarta in Pantai Indah Kapuk, the part of the north from Jakarta. Today, we hope that all of delegates in healthy condition, full spirit, and also very happy to be here attending the very important meeting. It is my great privilege to preside over the inaugural session of this high-level official meeting of the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Health and Environment. As chair of this session, I now have the honor of inviting Ms. Rita Ratnapuri, Head of Regional Team, Global Health and Health Technology Policy Unit, Indonesian Ministry of Health, to facilitate the introduction of participants and proceed with the formal adoption of the agenda. Ms. Puri, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning, everyone, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed with our agendas today, we may introduce ourselves, each other, to know each other, and please maybe start from me. Hello, everyone. My name is Rita Ratnapuri. Please call me Puri. I'm in charge for regional cooperation of Ministry of Health. So, and then co-chair, you may already know him, the director of environmental health, okay, from Ministry of Health. And then Ibu, please to introduce yourself.
Hello everybody, my name is Sinta Saptarina Sumiarno. I am Director for Air Pollution Control from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. And also all the committee, greetings from our committee for all of you. We hope that you enjoy visiting Jakarta and Indonesia. So now we move to maybe delegation from Bhutan, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Indonesia, for hosting us. I'm Pinson Namgil. I'm the Director of Energy and Environment in Bhutan. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. Thank you very much, co-chairs. My name is Sirajul Jamaluddin. I am a public health officer, a senior medical officer from the Public Health Department. I'm also head of the Environmental Health Division under the Ministry of Health.
Assalamualaikum and very good morning. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to Indonesia for hosting this meeting and for the excellent hospitality accorded to us. My name is Faisal Khamis. I'm from the International Affairs Ministry of Health, Brunei Darussalam. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daipimin Phekdai. You can call me Phekdai. Yeah. It's quite a bit difficult for you, maybe. Yeah. I'm Deputy Director of the Hazardous Substance Management Department of the Ministry of Environment, Cambodia. Thank you.
Good morning, chairs and everyone. It's my great pleasure to participate in the Asia-Pacific Region Forum on Health and Environment. I'm Tian Li from National Institute of Environmental Health, Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Yeah, it's my great pleasure. Thank you.
Apologies and everyone, I'm Moses Kuroi. I'm an environmental health officer, the Minister of Health in Fiji. Thank you.
Selamat pagi and good morning, coaches. I'm Solomon Momoivalu, Councillor Kedutaan Besar Fiji, Embassy of Fiji in Jakarta. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Donald Simanjuntak from Indonesia, in charge in climate change adaptation and disaster Ministry of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Irawana Saad, and I'm a Director of Climate Change Adaptation of Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to express my gratitude to the co-chairs and the Secretariat. I'm Kang Min-jung, the Deputy Director of MOE, Republic of Korea. I am here on behalf of Director and Director General of MOE Korea. It's so nice to see you all in person, and I wish a fruitful discussion today. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. I am Nosvirus Menti Shamsuddin from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, Malaysia, and me myself from the Environmental Management Division. On behalf of our ministry, I look forward to the discussion and presentation during the program. And I would like to express the Secretariat for organizing this program. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Umaira Ahmad. I work as a Senior Environment Analyst at the Ministry of Climate Change, Environment and Energy of the Maldives. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Reynolds Fanoa. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Ministry of Health, Kingdom of Tonga, and I would like to convey our most sincere appreciation to Indonesia. It's an honor for Tonga to attend this very important forum. Thank you.
Good morning, dear delegates. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Embassies of Health and Ministry of Health and Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Mongolia, as well as World Health Organization and UNEP that's supporting us. And my name is Shinazul. I am from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and officer in charge of soil pollution. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sunur Saha. I am a General Director of National Center for Public Health under Minister of Health, Mongolia. Thank you.
Good morning, co-chair, chair, and everyone. I'm Mr. Aung Shashitafe from Embassy of Myanmar. We are here on behalf of Minister of Health and Environment. Thank you for the invitation, and we are truly delighted to be here. This will be very fruitful and pleasant discussion and meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Co-Chair and all the district guests. My name is Dr. Chumal Lal Das from Ministry of Health and Population. I'm the Chief of the Health Coordination Division under Ministry of Health and Population. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of Ministry of Health and Population on Nepal to the government of Indonesia. Thank you.
Good morning, and everyone. I'm Niranut Pajarat from Department of Health, Ministry of Public Health, Thailand. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Attapon Kelsamlit, Deputy Director General, the Department of Health, Ministry of Public Health from Thailand. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I come from West Timor. My name is Aljackson Suarez Maya. I'm Director of Health Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving the time. First of all, I would like to thank to Ministry of Health Indonesia to invite Ministry of Health Timor-Leste to participate in the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum of Health and Environment in Indonesia. So my name is Tomaze de Souza, Senior Officer for Environmental Health, Ministry of Health Timor-Leste. Thank you so much.
Talof and good morning, everyone. My name is Lili Tangsef Awai. I come from Tuvalu. I'm the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare. On behalf of the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare of Tuvalu, I extend my most sincere gratitude to Indonesia for organizing this important event. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegates. So maybe we can also invite our technical working group, and maybe start from Ibu, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yulita Evarini Yuswar. I'm from TWG One Health and representative from Ministry of Health of Republic Indonesia. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, everyone. I'm Suki from Japanese Ministry of the Environment, and we've been serving as a co-chair of thematic working group of chemical waste and health, along with Thai Ministry of Public Health. And this forum has been really important platform for us to communicate closely with health sector and environmental sector, and we have conducted quite multiple activities. We would like to express our gratitude to Indonesian government, as usual, for welcoming us with such a great hospitality. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to meet you all. My name is Auras Kongpanit from Thai Food and Drug Administration. I'm going to represent the Thai co-chair on chemical waste and health with a Japanese colleague. Okay, thank you very much.
So we may invite, yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Michael. I'm a co-chair of Water, Sanitation and Hygiene WASH Technical Working Group. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to having discussions together with you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anita Gultom. I'm from the Ministry of Health of Indonesia, from the Environmental Health Unit. I am a co-chair of the TWG Water and Sanitation Hygiene with my colleague from Japan. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, I'm Jung Min Park, Director of the National Institute of Environmental Research, Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea. I would like to express gratitude to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Thank you, Co-Chair and everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nayana Chaitiamwong. I'm from Department of Health, Ministry of Public Health. I am a chair of the TWG HIA along with the representative from Malaysia.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Asma from Ministry of Health Malaysia. I'm representing a co-chair for the TWG HIA.
Okay, I think so.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yeshu. I'm a senior health specialist from Asian Development Bank based in Jakarta. It's an honor to be here. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you all, and I think if our college delegation would like to also introduce yourself, maybe you can using the closest delegate mic. Pardon for that. So maybe, yeah, can we just use, yes, please. The committee, do you prefer wireless?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Tito Dakino. I'm part of the delegation of Timor-Leste, work with WHO Country Office Timor-Leste as Program National Officer for Environmental Health and Climate Change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to be here.
Thank you. Mbak Irma tolong ini ya.
Thank you. My name is Bintu da Silva Suarez from Minister of Health Timor-Leste as District Public Health Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Panita Charansuk. I'm from Health Impact Assessment Division, Department of Health, Thailand. Nice to meet you all.
In the second round, please, if you would like to introduce yourself. I think this is Indonesian delegates, so they part of the team committee. Okay. For that, thank you very much for the introduction sessions, and we hope that we can closely discuss and then know each other closely after our discussion and during coffee break and lunch. And now, without further ado, we would like to continue to the agenda 1.2, adoption of the agenda. Secretariat, maybe you can assist us to, and also I would like also to recognize the Secretariat that joined us virtually. So maybe Secretariat can have the agenda. And I assume that you already have the agenda on your hand. So this is our agenda for today. We will have first, next slide. After adoptions, we will have session 2, which is the review and assessment of the forum. And then next, we will have work plan report to 2020 to 2024, and then continue with the session for the thematic working group report. Next slide. Okay, and after that we will discuss about Jakarta Declaration and a framework for cooperations. Next slide. For day 2, yeah, we will have, this is a framework for cooperation. Next slide. Jakarta Declarations. And then day 2, we will have session 5. We will discuss about financial mechanism. And then hand over chairmanship. So with this, we call any intervention, statement, or input regarding our agenda, please. Okay, if none, we will adopt this agenda. Thank you. And I may also give the forum to Pak Anas, please, Pak Anas.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Puri, for facilitating the discussion on the adoption of the agenda. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I now declare the agenda formally adopted. Let us move forward to the next item, an overview of the meeting objective. It is my pleasure to invite Ms. Anita Gultom from the Directorate of Environmental Health, Ministry of Health, Indonesia, to moderate this session. Ms. Gultom, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. For the committee, please help for presenting the session. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and representatives from across the Pacific and Asia region. Before we dive into the discussion and detailed session ahead, I'd like to present an overview of the meeting's key objectives. These objectives are designed to guide our deliberations and ensure that we leave this forum with a clear sense of direction and purpose. For session 2, there will be a review session, the regional forum and APRFHE work plan from 2020 to 2024 report. For the session 2.1, we will focus on a comprehensive review of APRFHE from its inception to the present. The discussion of the session will highlight the key milestone and the evolution of our forum, while addressing gaps in areas such as stakeholder engagement, resource mobilization, and policy impact. Actionable recommendation will be proposed to strengthen the forum role in tackling emerging health and environmental challenges. We will also explore new partnership and funding avenues to enhance the sustainability of our initiative. For the session 2.2, the objectives of this that we will review the progress made on the work plan from 2020 to 2024, emphasizing the key achievements, ongoing activities, and also completed tasks. We will address challenges and obstacles that encountered during the plan's implementation. Our aiming is to understand their causes. Additionally, we will capture lessons learned from the process to guide future planning and execution of the APRFHE's activities. As we move on to the session 3, this is the scientific sessions. The objectives is that we will focus on presenting and discussing regional strategies to tackle global health and environmental crisis. The meeting itself will provide a platform for the thematic working groups and members countries to engage in knowledge exchange, fostering collaboration across sectors to improve the impact of health and environmental interventions. Each TWG will also present their work, showcasing research findings, ongoing projects, and future plans. Next, we'll go to the session 4, Framework for Collaboration and Jakarta Declaration. For Framework for Collaboration, session 4.1, we will review the proposed revision to the Forum Framework for Cooperation, incorporating input from member countries. This meeting will also focus on clarifying the roles and responsibilities of member countries, thematic working groups, and also secretariat under the revised framework to ensure efficient collaboration moving forward. And for session 4.2, there will be a Jakarta Declaration. We will focusing on finalizing the Jakarta Declaration, a key outcome of both the 5th ministerial meeting and also this age-long. The meeting aims to build consensus among member countries on the core messages and actions outlined in the declaration, ensuring unified commitment and also direction to move forward. As we go to the session 5, this is our last session, Task Force for Sustainable Financial Mechanism and the 6th Chair of APRFHE. For session 4.1, the Task Force for Sustainable Financial Mechanism, we will assess the need for forming a task force focused on sustainable funding to address ongoing financial challenges. The meeting will explore the objectives of this task force and engage member countries in discussion regarding its potential structure, scope, and goals, aiming to establish a sustainable financial mechanism for APRFHE's future. And lastly, for session 5.2, there will be the 6th chair of APRFHE. This is where we are going to the next step of the handover and the selection of the 6th chair of APRFHE. This will be based on the current expression of interest, and this meeting will finalize the selection and provide an overview of the incoming chair's roles and responsibilities, including coordination with APRFHE Secretariat and member countries. We will also discuss the transition process from the current chair to the new one, inviting new members to provide input and support during this period. In closing, the objectives that we set forth are now in our hands. It is our hands to carry forward, and it is our collective responsibility to transform them into action. Thank you. We give back to Chair. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gultom and esteemed delegates for your valuable input and comment. We will now take a 30 minutes coffee break. Kindly return to the meeting room by 10:15. Yeah, so please take some coffee break in front of the room, and please kindly to back to the meeting room and in 10:15. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the next agenda, we would like to invite all delegates to have a coffee break at the foyer area for 15 minutes. Enjoy the coffee break. Thank you. All the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all the delegates to come to do the coffee break sessions for 30 minutes. Once again, for the coffee break sessions, please enjoy for the coffee break sessions for 30 minutes. And after that, going back to the meeting room and do the next agenda. Thank you so much. all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all the distinguished delegates to come inside to the meeting room and have a seat. Once again, we would like to invite all the distinguished delegates to come inside to the meeting rooms and have a seat. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the next agenda. All delegates already come to the room. Okay, thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you structure and operation of APRE, particularly in terms of stakeholders engagement, resource mobilization, and policy impact. Third, suggest actionable recommendation for strengthening APRE's role and effectiveness in addressing emerging environment and health challenges. And fourth, examine existing membership and explore new partnership, funding opportunities, and collaborative mechanisms that could enhance the sustainability and impact of APRE's initiative. To address the above, I would like to invite the representative of the International Secretariat to deliver the presentation on review and assessment of the APRE. The floor is yours. Secretariat, yes. Committee, please to show the yeah, video.
Wait, there's
Committee, please to show the online and also the presentations.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, distinguished participants, colleagues of the Regional Forum. In this presentation, I will walk you through the review and assessment of the APRE, or the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Health and Environment. The approach for developing this review and assessment was based on the past HLOM and the ministerial meeting reports, declarations, and interviews with international secretariats, including colleagues from WHO and UNEP, among others. And this report also has been presented and discussed during the Joint Secretariat on May 24 this year. I cannot. Strategies. the APRFHE envisions a development model. The APRFHE actually plays a crucial role in addressing health environment nexus, central to the SDGs and the Paris Agreement, which integrates economic, social, and environmental aspects to enhance human well-being and the planetary sustainability. Of course, achieving this progress in this nexus requires policy coherence through integrated approach. Indeed, we recognize during the 10th and 11th HLOM, the forum has become a vital platform for discussing regional and global health and environment issues. Operating for 17 years now, it drives priority regional forum on environment and health in Southeast and East Asian countries, along with the Bangkok Declaration were adopted. The fourth high-level meeting in March 2009 in Beijing, People's Republic of China, was convened and reviewed the progress on the regional charter, NEHAP's 60 WG work plans. After the fifth meeting and the second ministerial meeting was held in Jeju in July 2010 to assess the regional and national activities setting priorities for 2010-2013 with addition of health impact assessment. Throughout the years and organize, of course, the upcoming high-level officials meeting. At the 6th Advisory Board and the 6th high-level officials meeting in October 2012, which was held in Bandung, Indonesia, the meeting discussed the task force on governance, partnerships, impacts, and sustainable financial mechanism. After that, this then followed by 2013 ministerial meeting in Kuala Lumpur, which was then the framework operation of health and environment was replaced with the original charter of the regional forum. Under the framework for cooperation, an overarching aim of the APRFHE is to establish a collaborative platform for national and regional initiatives that enhance health and environmental conditions and promote sustainable development. The framework itself of cooperation supersedes the first governance document, which is the Charter of the Regional Forum, adopted in 2007, as you can see here in this illustration. Its specific objectives include identifying and tackling priority environmental health issues requiring regional cooperation, facilitating the exchange of knowledge and best practices, developing ongoing collaborative mechanisms, mobilizing resources to support environmental health initiatives, and the structure of the APRFHE is illustrated here in the right-hand side of the slide. The forum also noted that duplication of activities will be avoided with existing initiatives and forums in the region. In terms of the forum structure, the forum removed the advisory board and changed the TWG under the knowledge network. In 2014, an extraordinary high-level officials meeting were convened where they reviewed and approved the 2014-2016 work plan for the Regional Forum on Environment and Health. The meeting had also adopted the guidance document as an annex to the framework for cooperation and finalized the terms of reference for the scientific panel. In 2016, the fourth ministerial meeting was convened where the forum invited all 51 countries, territories, and areas from WHO SHARO, WHO WEPRO, and UNEP-ROAP. The fourth ministerial meeting at that time, which was held in Manila, recommended revising the governance structure of the forum and leading to the formation of the task force with 10 countries volunteering to participate. In April 2017, the task force chaired by the Philippines held a strategic planning workshop in Manila to enhance governance, mobilize resources for the 2017-2019 implementation plan, and develop partnerships. Following this, the Philippines and the Regional Secretariat organized a meeting in June 2018 to align with the TWGs with the SDGs. At the 10th HLOM in September 2019, the chair outlined key actions, including reforming TWGs, establishing a scientific panel, and prioritizing transboundary air pollution. For instance, the TWG members will have 5 years terms to synchronize with the chairship of the APRFHE. And the elements of this task force outcomes was tabled at this meeting, 10th HLOM, discussed and adopted in reference to the section 47 to 56 of the 10th HLOM meeting report. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, the APRFHE held virtual meetings. There's a gap here due to the disrupted challenges that we encountered. Planned activity of the APRFHE were held. At the 11th HLOM to regional governance across spent and stressing international cooperation for capacity building. It called for effective management of environmental health risk and cross-sector collaboration. A Kuala Lumpur declaration further broadened this focus, placing environmental health sustainability at the core of development. It emphasized the shared information and technology and introduced mechanism for stronger intersect enhanced resilience to health risk. Together, this declaration reflects a deepening regional commitment to addressing environmental health, highlighting the vital link between healthy environment and sustainable development. 12 of the 14 regional forum countries implemented the NEHAPs. This is a milestone of the APRFHE and their equivalent plans. Member countries also developed environmental health country profiles and data sheets. Scientific conferences has been convened from 2005 to 2016 under the APRFHE. From 2004 to date, 12 HLOMs, including the extraordinary meeting, moving forward against the backdrop mentioned to enhance regional cooperation on health and environment is in place. Through a multi-donor trust fund that will be established to secure financial support, as well as a permanent or perhaps an outreach secretariat with dedicated funding with coordinated with APRFHE activities. Also, innovative financing, perhaps that could align with the global conventions and frameworks, capacity building activities, public-private partnerships to support the suggested perhaps 2025-2030 work plan, ensuring sustainable funding will also facilitate the exchange of best practices, innovations, and technologies among member countries and partners. To enhance further the regional cooperation on health and environment, including strengthening multi-sectoral partnership with governments, international organizations, civil society, academia, and the private sector to leverage expertise on SDGs is proposed. Enhance international collaboration with global initiatives like SDGs and the Paris Agreement that will align the regional efforts for global goals, as well as perhaps have a robust monitoring and evaluation and reporting. Additionally, promoting research and innovation, perhaps through incentive and awards that could encourage outstanding contribution to environmental health among other member countries. Thank you very much. I think I will pause with that for my presentation and just show them the guiding questions for discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Secretariat. So, delegate, yeah. Yeah, Maybe you can share screen the question, guiding question, the last slide. Yeah. Okay, some of the guiding question is in the region, and the fourth is in the region, and the fourth, how can members countries contribute to strengthening the governance, funding, and operational mechanism of APRFHE? So there is 4 guiding question from Secretariat, and please for all delegates, if you have any question or comment or another solution, yeah, please floors for yours. Any, if any, please. So this is a guiding question from Secretariat. If any question or comment or another comment, yeah, please. It might be one by one. For number 1, any comment or question? What have been the major challenges or obstacles faced by APRFHE in achieving its objective? None? And the next, what areas where APRFHE's effort have been insufficient or where additional support and focus are needed? Okay, please. Yeah, from Korea.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. There has been a great progress. Republic of Korea is impressed by the advance we made collectively. To begin with, I acknowledge each TWG addressing current Asia and Pacific issues and thank their efforts. I'd like to suggest the Secretariat to present other regions currently pressing and or emerging health and environment issues ahead of time. In addition, I understand the efforts and commitment of the Secretariats. With that in mind, I wish the forum would be operated even more efficiently. This could be done by determining and clarifying each team's roles and by designating human resources and team in secretariats. There were often some occasions where we did not know where to communicate. I suggest when the responsibilities are divided among secretariats, the email address and the specific tasks of each person in charge should be distributed to the NFPs. Furthermore, I believe the member states would be participating in the discussion more attentively if the documents are distributed earlier prior to the forum. There were times that we found the time to review the document shorter than expected. Now I'd like to yield the floor to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea, for your comment and also question. Yeah. Secretariat, could you please respond? Secretariat, do you hear me?
Yes. Yes, yeah. Thank you. So thank you for the comments from the Republic of Korea. I think revisiting the past meetings, the pressing issues were also tabled there, and at the same time, that's why we are now here in the platform to discuss and clarify the roles and teams, which succeeding session will further elaborate perhaps the APRFHE's pressing challenges, and we noted your comments in terms of the distribution of the substantive meeting documents prior to this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Secretariat, for your response. I would like to invite another members to give comment or respond or question for the previous comment from Republic of Korea. Please, yeah, from, sorry, Brunei, yeah. Time for use.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, we'd like to address all the guiding questions in one go. Is that okay? So, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we would like to congratulate and express our gratitude for Indonesia for this outstanding arrangement. So we take note of the presentations done by the Secretariat for all member states, and we are very pleased. And we are very pleased with the achievements and progress that have been made in this forum. This is an important regional forum that can ultimately improve our health and for the future generations and ensure environmental sustainability in the Asia-Pacific region. So despite the forum's commitment, we have to acknowledge that there are remain some challenges that we are facing. There is still some fragmented coordination across sectors, as well as challenges in terms of slowing down of our efforts to integrate health and environmental actions. Additionally, we've noted that we still have limited financial resources in insufficient capacity building across the countries that pose barriers to scaling impactful initiatives. Finally, the diverse national priorities of member countries across multiple regions have also made it more challenging for us to align our efforts at the regional level. So each of the region may have different priorities, but there's global frameworks that we have, such as the SDG, the Paris Agreement, and existing WHO and UNEP initiatives and programs can provide a common blueprint for actions. We can align the forum priorities and work plans with global and regional commitments, ensuring complementarity and synergies, not only addressing local challenges, but also contributing to our broader international goals. We believe each member country has a vital role to play in strengthening the governance, funding, and operational mechanisms of APRFHE. By committing to greater collaboration, sharing innovative technologies, and investing in climate and environmental health programs, we can collectively build a more resilient and sustainable Asia-Pacific region. Brunei particularly welcomes the inclusion of One Health in this forum. The value of One Health approach lies in its power to bring together all sectors, the health, environment sectors, the animal sectors, agricultural sectors, and beyond for the benefits of all. Additionally, we believe that more capacity building need to be prioritized in this forum, especially for countries that require technical support to meet the forum's objectives. We are very pleased with the recent conduct of NIHAP workshop organized by the forum, but also we would like to echo what Korea has mentioned, that the invitation for this workshop preferably to be sent earlier so that we can arrange for participants to join this activity. Thank you.
Thank you, the representative from Brunei Darussalam, for your comment and in terms of coordination and financial resources on the capacity building. The different priorities from different regions are also noted. The acknowledgement of the health approach and policy from the Brunei Darussalam is also noted and appreciated. I think it is also faced by all of the member countries about the capacity building and another supporting of donors or funding. I think same with another country. for this comment from Dr. Salam, any response from Secretariat? Secretariat, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Apologies, because earlier there's some hiccups with the comments that was raised by Brunei Darussalam. If you could perhaps reiterate again your comments, because we cannot capture due to some technical flaws here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Secretariat. Any? Okay.
Yeah. So, Secretariat, maybe Brunei Darussalam, we will summarize a little bit because they want to hear again due to the technical challenge. So the challenge, Brunei Darussalam mentioned about the challenge is fragmented coordinations between two sectors and limited financing, particularly for capacity building for the region. And also Brunei Darussalam mentioned about there is a multiple regions in the APRFHE, and then so this is also comes as a challenging to coordinate it closely for different contexts at the national level, and perhaps suggest to have alignment between our effort with the global and other regional commitment or initiative. And welcome One Health in this forum. Also ask our forum to focus on capacity building and have a better organizations, a better governance. Please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. We take note of the comments coming from our distinguished esteemed colleagues from Brunei Darussalam. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Secretariat, for your response. I think we must note all of the comment from the delegates. Please, if any comment or question from delegates, not only for number 2, but maybe number 3 or number 4. Yeah. Any? Yeah. From? Okay, please. Yeah. From Nepal and then from Thailand, please.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the progress made by this forum. We thank the Government of Indonesia, WHO, UNEP for visiting us and inviting us and giving an opportunity to share our experiences on health and environment in this event. We fully understand the importance of environmental factors in health sector, and accordingly Nepal at a ministerial level has been participating in this forum for the first time. Like many other countries in this region, Nepal has been facing multiple environment-related challenges with direct and indirect health consequences. Climate change, air pollution, chemical safety, water and solid wastes are some of the issues that we have been working on to minimize their adverse impacts on health. Climate change, air pollution, chemical safety, water and solid waste are some of the environment-related challenges with direct and indirect health consequences that Nepal has been facing. We fully understand that it takes a long way to go to address those multiple challenges, but considering significant health impacts and limited focus from responsible but beyond health sectors, we take this opportunity to raise our voice to prioritize climate change, air quality and chemical safety. We do have some initiatives on climate change, but in terms of technical capacity and resource availability, we strongly need support to improve air quality and protect people from hazard use of chemicals. In our context, both issues, that is air quality and chemicals, Both issues are transboundary issues, and only with joint efforts of multiple countries and collaboration under this kind of forum, we will be able to minimize health consequences. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your comment, the representative from Nepal. We take note that your acknowledgement of the adverse impact of environmental hazard and chemical to public health. I think some of the points from your perspective very important, yeah, to discuss, and this is also challenges for us in the regional forum, like about the chemical safety, about the air pollution, and also big problem climate change. Yeah. So I think thank you very much for your acknowledgement. Next from, yeah, maybe from Secretariat, we ask your response after the another comment or question from another delegate. Please, Thailand.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand express sincere thanks to the Secretariat for reviewing and assessing Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Health and Environment. Thailand would like to respond to the question 1 to question 4. We would like to highlight the major challenge faced by the Regional Forum in achieving its objectives, which include COVID pandemic situation, environmental health issues, and its health impacts attributed to natural disaster and climate change. In addition, the transition to an aging society where almost all countries in the region are facing a generational transition and a generation gap weaken the forum for both Secretariat and member countries. Apart from that, an increasing number of environmental frameworks and platforms of cooperation at global level, and one of the major challenges that we have encountered, resulting in lessening coordination between health and environment sectors. Therefore, the forum should develop means and strategies to stimulate and restore close collaboration between health and environment agencies. In addition, each country needs to prepare and build capacity for our new generations in the future, which would help us drive work more efficiently and sustain this platform. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much for Thailand for your pertinent response to the question. We take note your suggestion for the forum to develop strategies for cross-sectoral collaboration. Secretariat, could you please to respond if any?
Thank you, Chair. We take note of the comments and inputs following the guidance, guiding questions that are being elaborated by the Thailand delegations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Secretariat. Now I would like to invite another member state. Okay, from Indonesia and then Fiji. Yeah. Myanmar. Okay, Indonesia, please. Indonesia, Fiji, and Myanmar. Indonesia, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Esteemed delegates, Indonesia recognizes the need for a coordinated and comprehensive approach to tackle these challenges actively. Currently, there is only a limited mechanism for monitoring the implementation of forum decision. While we acknowledge that the HALOM and ministerial meeting are the primary forum for assessing and reporting progress and findings. We request that the Secretariat facilitate the monitoring undertaking during the international period. Indonesia also highlight the challenge arising from expansion of the regional forum to include more than 50 countries, which necessitate a strategy to facilitate, if not expedite, the process, the becoming a formal member of the forum. The forum encompasses a wide range of areas for cooperation, addressing key topics of significant importance to member countries in the region. However, we look forward to intensified effort and greater engagement under the TWG on climate change and health to further advance our shared objective and better align the forum with the decision of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. To strengthen APRFHE role, the forum should address barriers to sustainable financing. APRFHE should work to balance funding with other health priorities, overcome budget constraints, increase awareness and political will, and improve coordination across sectors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pak Donald, representative from Indonesia, for your comment. We take note your request to the monitoring activities of the forum in achieving its objective for the member countries in the region. Before I give the Secretariat to give response, I would like to invite the representative from Fiji to give comment. Time for use, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the delegate from Myanmar asked the floor first. Can I yield to Myanmar before I take the floor, Chair? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, delegates from Fiji. Please, Myanmar.
Thank you, sir, for your kindness. So, thank you very much, Chair, and all dignitaries and colleagues. So, we are facing, as we are discussing here, it's obvious that we are facing many challenges and obstacles, but with collective efforts and unity and love and kindness, we can overcome it. At least we can make an improvement. So first of all, I'd like to extend the profound gratitude to the government of Indonesia for hosting this critical meeting and providing a valuable platform for us to cooperate and then on this pressing health and environmental issues. So this is a very profound meeting. Yeah. So including Myanmar and every country faces numerous health challenges. So like a high burden of communicable diseases and increasing non-communicable diseases. So in this regard, all of us are committed to improve health outcomes through evidence-based policies, and I truly believe that. So among many other challenges, I would like to point out only one thing. So air quality and health. So according to data, according to the WHO, air pollution is responsible for approximately 7 million deaths annually, with significant health impact linked to respiratory diseases. So in Myanmar, and then I think several other countries, the study indicates that the correlation between rising PM 2.5 levels and an increased hospital admission for respiratory issues are more and more alarming. So in this regard, it will be the situation obviously demanding more cooperative efforts among us to enhance air quality monitoring system and the implementing regulations to reduce emission from all affected areas. So we just want to make this point very seriously highlighted. So in this regard, Myanmar is dedicated to collaborate with all member states to address health environmental challenges together. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and all my colleagues.
Yeah, thank you very much, Myanmar, for your comment. We take note your concern and comment to improve the health outcome through the evidence-based policy and by increasing capacity. So now I would like to invite Fiji to give response or comment. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, distinguished representatives and colleagues from the Asia-Pacific region around the table. Let me start at the outset by thanking the government of Indonesia for hosting this important meeting, highlighting the significance of the nexus of environment and health. I'm emphasizing the nexus because from Fiji's perspective as a small island developing state, and like our small island states that are sitting around the table, I can see Tonga, Tuvalu, and even Timor-Leste. There is a common, unique feature of small island developing states, and these are the existence of gaps that we cannot be able to do our issues alone, our aspirations alone. This ranges from governance gaps, finance gaps, capacity gaps, which we have heard around the table, and capability gaps. These are real and realistic gaps that affect our ambition to address our health in relation to the environment. And it cuts across this very spectrum of the challenges that we do face as small and developing states. In the Asia-Pacific region, SCAP came out with a report with UNEP identifying, the rising triple planetary crisis. Triple planetary crisis. This is climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. It is really, really critical for this meeting to recognize this triple planetary crisis. It's a crisis that all of our countries, irrespective of the size or the level that you belong to, or even the groupings that you belong to, or the alliances, but all of us are facing it. But it's more acute in the small island developing states. We're seeing that this crisis cannot be addressed alone by these respective member countries. So we would like, to emphasize the triple planetary crisis as a theme in order to align the work of this meeting with other multilateral environment agencies like UNEP, like UNEA, and UNFCCC, like my colleague from Indonesia has just mentioned, the importance of aligning the objectives. That being said, I'm more saying about, the gaps that we face. I think that will address some of the issues. But I would like to focus more on question number 4, the importance of identifying the right governance structure, a robust structure that will enable this entity or this platform to thrive in addressing the issues of real concern in the Asia-Pacific region in regards to health and environment. I mentioned about governance, the need to reshape the narratives of our local laws and policies to respond to these issues. For instance, one of the challenges that we do face now is in disaster management risks for us, the issue of early warning systems. Early warning is becoming a real issue now because now that the Secretary General of the United Nations have put forward a commitment for all countries to have early warning systems by 2027, it is really becoming an issue of concern for us because of capacity, because of laws and legislations, because of national issues that we would like to be able to be addressed. As I said earlier, we cannot do it alone. So going into the funding issue and the operations of APRFHE, I think it is critical that rather than creating a new funding mechanism, because as you know, The world is saturated with funds now. I mean, it's very, very difficult. Let me admit that I'm a climate negotiator, and I'm talking into, I'm not a health person, but I'm joining my honorable minister here in order to enlighten you what is happening on the other side of the table in terms of negotiations at the multilateral level. It is important that we become very innovative in our financing mechanisms. We cannot continue to rely on public funds. We have to tap on private resources. And I would like to thank Indonesia for coming up with a concept called blended finance that is rooted in the work of G20. Blended finance is something that Indonesia has found that using the G20 framework, it can be able to help countries to tap into resources, the private sectors, particularly from philanthropists, who can be able, to assist us in this area. So I'm talking about innovating financing mechanisms. If this meeting can be able to come up with some innovations rather than duplicate the issues of depending on taxpayers, depending on public funds, to source the challenges that we face in relation to health and environment, I think it will be a positive outcome of this meeting. My second point, Chair, but just before I end, in relation to what my distinguished colleague from Indonesia raised, the need to reshape the narratives of health and environment to link with climate objectives. I think that is critical. Why? Because climate is the only convention that has the largest trust fund, as you know, the GCF, the Green Climate Fund. If we can be able to shape our narratives in order to identify the national country determinations or NDCs to be able to reflect health and environment for funding purposes, I think that is an innovation in itself. So, Chair, through you, Fiji would like to propose that we shape the narratives of our financing aspirations, our financing ambitions, that we are able to submit proposals to the GCF on identifying the health outcomes embedded in environment and climate change. I think if that can be done, it will be a very, very innovative proposal from this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your comment. Very, very, important comment there from Representative Fiji. We take note of your concern on the gaps faced by each member countries, including infrastructure, capacity, and also financial resources. We also take note of your concern on the triple planetary crisis, which is very relevant for the member states to address the crisis in the meeting supported by the multilateral agencies, including also the private sectors and philanthropies. Your spirit for resource mobilization is also appreciated. I think we all know that the triple planetary crisis refers to 3 points. First, the 3 related problems. First, climate change, and second, pollution, and then third, biodiversity loss. Okay, so again, thank you very much for your concern. Delegates, before I ask a response from Secretariat, we give the we have opportunities for one from delegates, if any question or comment before we ask the Secretary to give response. Any? None? Okay. Secretary, any comment or response from yours?
Thank you, Chair. We take note what our colleagues from Fiji just provided us, insights, especially on reshaping the narratives of the financial innovating financing for forum and echo what he mentions about the PSEEDs for the nexus of environment health. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Secretariat. So, distinguished delegates, many comment and respond from any delegates, and I think this is important to become our commitment. And we from chair and also from Secretariat take note all of your comment or response about the problem that we face together in regional forum. So again, thank you very much for your comment, for your suggestion, yeah, for this session. And I think due to the limitation of the time, so we move to the next agenda, to item 2.2 about APRFHE Work Plan Report 2020 to 2024. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for this agenda item 2.2, I would like to kindly invite Mr. Donald Simanjuntak, Deputy Director for Disaster Management and Climate Change Adaptation, Director of Environmental Health, Ministry of Health, Indonesia, to deliver his presentation on the Work Plan Progress Report, APRFHE 2020 to 2024. Mr. Donald, the floor is yours, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Please, committee, show my presentation. Good morning, distinguished delegate. We will present our work plan 2020 and 2024, which Indonesia as chair. The following objective for the forum as a reference completing work plan 2020 and 2024. It is background. The objective of the regional forum are identify and address priority environment and health issues that require regional action, facilitate dialogue, exchange of knowledge and best practice to promote sustainable development in the areas of environment and health, develop and sustain mechanism for collaboration, action, and mobilize material, human, and technical resources to support work on environment and health. Work plan key achievement, ongoing activities, and complete tasks during the 11th high-level official meeting. The APRFHE work plan 2020-2024 was present, and the final draft, the APRFHE work plan, was endorsed according as follows. The first activity we then joint secretariat meeting of the Asia Pacific Regional Forum Health and Environment was convened from October 20 to 21, 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. This meeting was conducted through the hybrid format following both in-person and virtual participants. It was attended by delegates from Indonesia, Japan, Thailand, and representatives from international secretariat, including WHO CRO, WHO WIPRO, and UNEPRO. The primary objective were to discuss the sustainability of the APRFHE review on ongoing work plan and strategy for future implementation in light of the challenge posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. The key discussion of the joint secretariat meeting were governance, financial sustainability, monitoring evaluation, and increasing visibility, the establishment of an APRE website and the creation of logo were recommended to enhance the forum visibility and improve communication among member states. Key recommendations include updating governance, securing sustainable funding, developing a monitoring tool, extending Indonesia chairship, and enhance visibility through APRE website and logo. The second, 11 high-level official meeting, 20 to 23 November 2023, was held in Jakarta, Indonesia. The meeting was conducted a hybrid format. It was attended by national delegate from Brunei Darussalam, China, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Thailand, Maldives, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Timor-Leste. Observers were present from the UK Health Security Agency and UK mission to ASEAN. The main objective of the meeting was to address pressing health and environment issues in the region, review governance structure, and refine strategic priorities for APRE. Key discussion halum were governance and financial sustainability, strategic issues, work plan for 2020-2024, strengthening TWGs. Next activity, joint Sekretariat meeting was held on May 21 to 22, 2004 in Tangerang, Indonesia in hybrid format. The meeting was attended by chair and co-chair of the thematic working group, previous chair of the APRE and APRE Secretariat. The primary objective were to assess the continuity of APRE, review the 2020-2024 work plan, and discuss preparation for the 12th Halom and 5th ministerial meeting, and discuss about the governance and structure, work plan review, strategic issues, TWG strengthening, preparation for 12th Halom and 5th ministerial meeting. The report has been circulated to member country which implemented. Next, thematic working group meeting and activities. In an effort to reactive the TWGs, each group was encouraged to hold meetings and carry out activities according to the respective work plans to advance key health and environment priorities within the forum. The TWGs play a crucial role in driving the regional forum agenda in addressing health and environment matters and contributing to regional collaboration and capacity building. Next, scientific panel. The chair and the secretariat convened several virtual discussions in order to develop the formation and structure of the scientific panel. There is still a need for extensive discussion on the form, activities, and operational mechanism of the panel. Next, monitoring, reporting, and handover arrangement. Efforts are ongoing to adopt lesson learned logs, compile data, archive documents, and prepare for the handover to the next year. Secretariat has provided the APRE website to accommodate that data and compiling and document archive of the APRE. However, the Secretariat needs to communicate intensively with the members to develop and update lesson learned logs and finalize the sustainable funding mechanism task force. Furthermore, the handover note to the next year will be finalized the 5th ministerial accordingly. NEHAP workshop. The NEHAP workshop was conducted 6 September 2024 via virtual platform. The meeting was attended by representatives from APRE member countries, including Malaysia, the Philippines, Mongolia, Thailand, Republic of Korea, and Vietnam. The main objective of the workshop was to share lessons learned on implementation and development of National Empowerment Health Action Plan (NEHAPs) across member countries, fostering collaboration and capacity building. Presentation on lessons learned were delivered by representatives from Malaysia and the Philippines. Thank you from Malaysia and Philippines, who share their experience in addressing environmental health challenges, the success and barriers they face, and strategy for updating their respective NEHAPs. Also, the Republic of Korea and Vietnam also share their experience. Thank you also Republic of Korea and Vietnam active this meeting, which while differing from the NEHAP implementation approach of Malaysia and Philippines, still aligning with the same overall goals and function as NEHAP. This experience further enriched the discussion, demonstrating the diverse yet and full commitment of member countries to enhance environmental health action plans. Cross-sectoral collaboration is a key takeaway from the workshop was important of effective cross-sectoral collaboration. Legislative and institutional support, the need for strong to support the long-term sustainability NEHAP was emphasized. Strengthening capacity in areas such as air quality, waste management, and climate change was identified as priority. Additional, the development of preparedness measures such as training first respondent in environmental health emergency was highlighted as crucial for effective implementation. Monitoring and evaluation were deemed vital to ensure the NEHAPs remain effective and adaptable to emerging challenges. Health impact assessment were discussed as valuable tools for aligning environment health action plan with national environment and health policy. Adaptability and integration was emphasized, especially in integrating global commitment and emerging environmental challenges. The ability to continuously evolve NEHAPs to address new risks, such as climate change, was seen as crucial for maintaining the relevance and impact. The final activity, 12 high-level official meeting, back-to-back ministerial meeting 5th. As part of the preparation for 12 Halom 2024, Joint Secretariat meeting was held to lay the groundwork for the event. Regularly online meeting were conducted between the chair and the APRFHE Secretariat to discuss key elements, including the agenda, working document, participant list, side event, and other logistic detail. In addition, the online coordination meeting, logistic meeting were organized to ensure all operational aspects. 12 Halom were well managed. The 12th Halom is scheduled to take place over today, 24 and 25 September, with comprehensive agenda. The tentative agenda includes a review and assessment regional forum, progress update, APRE, work plan, scientific session, thematic working group, finalized revision framework cooperation, Jakarta Deklarasi discussion. Will also cover the task force for sustainable finance and discussion of the 6 chair APRE. 5th ministerial meeting in preparation for which will be held back-to-back with 12 Halom, the 24 Joint Secretariat meeting, also played critical role. Regular online coordination meeting and logistic meeting were conducted with APRFHE Secretariat to ensure a seamless preparation process for the 5th ministerial meeting. The 5th ministerial meeting scheduled 26 September 2024 following the conclusion of the 12th Halom. The agenda for the one-day meeting includes the report of the 12th Halom, the presentation of the thematic working group report, and the adoption of the revised framework cooperation. Additionally, the meeting will focus on the adoption of the Jakarta Declaration, which mark a significant step in shaping the future of regional collaboration on health and environment issues. Finally, the meeting will conclude with handover of the 6th chair of APRFHE, setting the stage for the next phase leadership and strategic direction for the forum. Letters of invitation to 5th ministerial meeting were signed by Minister of Health and circulated to APRFHE members. It was also sent to Asia Pacific under the jurisdiction WHO, WHO, CRO, and UNEPROB. And finally, recommendation and conclusion. Recommendation: it is recommended the Secretariat and the next chair continue the APRFHE 2020-2024 work plan initiated under Indonesia chairship, ensuring that the progress made so far is maintained and that ongoing initiative reach completion. Furthermore, the Secretariat is requested to finalize the formation and structure of the scientific panel, which will play a pivotal role in supporting evidence-based decision-making within the forum. To sustain momentum, the Secretariat and member countries are encouraged to actively follow up on the way forward for APRFHE's activities, ensuring alignment with regional health and environment goals. Additionally, it's important for the Secretariat to disseminate the result of APRFHE activities in relevant regional and international forums, highlighting the forum achievement and fostering greater collaboration. Conclusion: Indonesia is the 5th chair APRFHE with the support of the Secretariat and active participant of member countries as successfully convened APRFHE 2020-2024 work plan. While the COVID-19 pandemic presents significant challenges and some activities were not executed as planned, the overall objectives were addressed and substantial progress was made. Indonesia took note of the need for further development of financial mechanism and governance structure within APRFHE to strengthen the forum future operation and effectiveness. Therefore, Indonesia strongly encourages the Secretariat and the next year to continue the ongoing effort of APRFHE, ensuring continuity and the work plans initiative. Okay. Thank you, Chair. This enough.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Donald, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, all delegates, I would like to invite to Ms. Puri to facilitate for the this discussion. Please, Ms. Puri.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Maybe committee can assist us to project the guiding questions for the agenda 2.2. So I may read the objectives. This is the objective. So the objective is to provide an overview of the progress. So Pak Donald already share with us. And then to discuss any challenge, delay, or obstacles encountered during the implementation of the work plans and understanding the reason behind them. So Pak Donald already mentions about COVID-19, about governance, communications, and also financial issue, and the continuity and sustainability of the the work of the APRI. And also Pak Donald highlighted the importance of the work of technical working group, so to promote the evidence-based policy. That's all what the Pak Donald already highlight as a national focal point for this forum from Ministry of Health. And we also would like to have during this agenda to capture lesson learned from the implementation process that can inform future planning and execution of pre-activities. So we may take note the report, and we will have more detail in the later on in the agenda that will be delivered by a representative from the technical working group. But for this agenda, we also open any discussion, detail on the work plan, what our future, and if you have some lesson learned from maybe conducting this such a platform, maybe in the multilateral, regional, or bilateral, please proceed. We also invite other participants from international organizations. Maybe we have ADB here. You can also share your views regarding how to support members in such this regional forum. We know right now we really depend on the technical working group to share knowledge and to promote the innovations and conduct activities. And then in this forum, it's just we will gather and then have a more management and strategic input for the future of our forum. But maybe I will invite our ADB colleagues, if you have some views or best practices, how other countries or forum can address the challenges about the sustainable, about the how to find funding, how to promote the cooperation to make it our cooperation into practice, not only just meeting but maybe another project in the countries that really need help to overcome their issue. Is it okay if I just invite you? Okay. Maybe you can also announce about the side event during this meeting, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. I noted that there is a lot of comments about financing for environment and health initiatives. So from ADB's experience, we have mechanisms that supports regional cooperation, and health security has always been considered a regional public goods that ADB supports. We have about 30 years of experience in the Greater Mekong sub-region area, supporting a series of investment projects as well as technical assistance projects on infectious disease control. But very recently, in our latest GMS health cooperation strategy, One Health and climate change has already been incorporated as one of the two of the priorities of collaboration. So based on ADB's platform, obviously we provide concessional financing resources and technical assistance grants to facilitate these national and the regional capacity building activities. For environment and health, I think I heard the delegate from Fiji mentioning that maybe we should switch our narrative to emphasize more of the impact of climate change. I just want to mention that ADB is also aiming to become Asia's climate bank. All of our efforts are geared towards mainstreaming climate change adaptation and mitigation measures in all sectors, including the health sector. So I noted that there are funding opportunities for grants and technical assistance to support countries in developing that capacity. Very recently in COP28, our president has launched the Climate and Health Initiative, and we have established a mega TA to support our member countries, designing and implementing climate change related interventions in the health sector. But we'll be happy to incorporate environmental concerns such as air pollution, lead mitigation. So in relation to this, I'd like to also advertise that tomorrow afternoon, we will be organizing a technical side event on lead pollution and mitigation together with the co-chairs of Chemical Waste and Health, as well as USAID, World Bank, and Pure Earth. So we will be presenting a series of studies and surveys on lead pollution in Asia and Pacific, and also global best practice to mitigate that exposure, because lead is causing our future generations to lag in their cognitive and social development, which is very important for productivity in the future. At the moment, we are organizing a so-called climate change conclave in India. This is our first attempt to have a forum. It's a technical event, I think, that discusses climate change-related interventions at the country level. So we're inviting different states from India to join and discuss how they can jointly develop interventions and investment cases. I noted the proposal to GCF. ADB has also been engaged in supporting some countries in preparing those kind of proposals, including the pandemic fund proposal. So yeah, we'll be happy to further discuss with countries on possible collaborations. We plan to have a conclave, climate change conclave in Indonesia as our next stop. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, ADB, for your support, your concern and support to the member state to address this health and environment issue. We hope that you can continue support and provide assistance and partnership to this forum and to the member state. So thank you once again, and maybe we will invite member state, Pak Donald. Do you want to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, please.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ADB, for offering support in this APRFHE forum activity. We hope the Secretariat and the next chair can welcome this offer for cooperation in TNWG activities in APRFHE. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so is there any, so we open from member state, if you have something to add regarding the work plan and a future plan. Well, we're waiting for the member state. Maybe we can invite Secretariat to, if you have additional point of view, input, or highlight for this agenda, please. Secretariat, do you have? Yeah, please.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair, for providing opportunity to Secretariat to provide inputs on the work plan. So, as we had, a big thanks to Chair Indonesia because of, I think, their efforts. We could have revived forum itself, because after the COVID, there was such a major break. And with Indonesia's efforts and all the member states coming together, this forum is back on the track. And with this, also the thematic working groups are coming back one by one also. So again, big thanks to the co-chairs of the working groups, and then the partners also, such as even the ADB there. So we are going to, continue to work with the chair Indonesia till end of December, and hope there will be a transition. So the work plan updates, improvements will be done in these 3 months, in coming 3 months. So thank you. We take note of that. And again, big thanks to Indonesia for the share. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So Thailand, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand deeply appreciates the effort of the Chair and Secretariat in preparing the progress report, in which complete activity and challenge encountered during the work plan were shared. We recognize the effort made to achieve successful outcome. We understand the obstacles encountered during the implementation of the work plan. Despite the plans, closing the loop in the planning cycle is the crucial. We suggest that a half-plan phase monitoring should be set up to ensure alignment with the regional goal. In addition, evidence-based information is needed to support the work plan preparation. Then we encourage member countries in the collaboration with the Secretariat to develop their environmental health country profiles. Moreover, to tackle environmental health priority issue in the region, we suggest that each TWG should compare their list to experts on both health and environment side. In terms of the monitoring mechanism to counteract the wide disparity in the level of the implementation among member countries, Thailand proposed the minimal indicator of environment and health surveillance in the region to ensure effective implementation and tack on the both short-term and long-term goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. So some suggestions brings by Thailand regarding to develop or establish environmental country office, and also set up minimal indicator on surveillance. So we know that surveillance is a very crucial to detect and to have a risk assessment on the future public health emergency on international concern. And we know that having data sharing and also have a minimum indicator is our challenge, even in ASEAN that legally binding organizations. Is it we face challenges to agree on some indicator to make it a collective data. You know that because maybe we have a various capacity in surveillance, in detections among the countries, and maybe we already set up surveillance, but we can align with the indicator that already provided by WHO, and also I might assume also UNEP already set up indicator and how to collect the data and how to analyze the data. But the challenge is how we can work together, like health needs the data or information regarding the mobility of the maybe animals, wild animals, or informations about others crucial in health and in the environment sector, animal sector, while this information we can gather to our surveillance on pathogen priority and etc. Because environment intersections with health is very, we can see in the COVID-19. So maybe we can take note, Secretariat, to regarding this issue to have indicator. Maybe if we have indicator, we can task the related technical working group to have this sharing information during their meeting, or we can also maybe try to put this information maybe during the halom like this. I also recall our colleagues from ROK that need to have also situation report regarding public health emergency and emerging diseases in other region. So we may put more technical information sharing and after that discuss the conditions during the technical working group, or the technical working group can also report during HLOM. So we hope that in the next chairmanship, the chair will be stronger than us, and then also secretariat can stronger support the chair, the next chair as well, to make our input today become a reality into the next work program. So we may invite other interventions, statement, please. Yeah, Bhutan, please.
Thank you so much. It's my first time attending this forum, so I might sound a little bit out of place and naive, so forgive me for that. Thank you so much, first of all, like I mentioned earlier, Indonesia for hosting this, because for a regional forum to be successful, it takes leadership. Leadership is very important, and you have shown leadership here. And it's also important that there's goodwill, coordination, and partnership spirit among the member states. So that also I see it in abundance here. And thank you for having Bhutan also as a participating member here. I really do not have an update or anything. I wanted to go last because I did not have a significant intervention in terms of updating or suggestions, but rather I have few thoughts that I would like to put forth. When we think about things like pandemic or when we think about environmental issues like climate change, no countries, no one country can actually tackle it alone. So that's why I tend to somehow agree with the earlier delegates who, proposed aligning within the themes of climate change, how to do innovative financing, so on and so forth, because at the end of the day, the sustainability is also very important. The initiative should go on, and it has been making good impact. So if you have to do that, maybe aligning with climate change themes and looking for avenues along those lines would really make sense. So that is one thing that I wanted to reiterate. And the other thing also is that why I'm proposing this is, if you take example of a small country like mine in Himalayas, we are a cold country, mountainous country, we have lots of glaciers. We never used to have in capital city mosquitoes. Now there are mosquitoes because of climate change. Our glaciers are melting, so it's really linked, and we can already see the impacts. Though we have very little to contribute to climate change, as you know, we are one of the carbon negative countries in the world, and we have around 65% forest cover as I speak. All in all, I'm trying to say, this mega planetary forces are interlinked, and no one country can really tackle that. Forum like this is important. At the same time, also aligning with climate change financing would really make sense. So that's all I'm suggesting. And going forward, you also had some, agenda and pointers towards going forward suggestion. So, in this modern day and age, people always talk about innovation and technology. So I would also maybe make a suggestion, my humble suggestion on innovative financing, crowdsourcing. You're talking about data. If we can think about crowdsourcing from in the form of data, in the form of research, so that also would make a lot of sense. And also maybe even at the level of not just thinking about our conventional financing mechanisms, but innovative financing mechanisms like tokenization, maybe crowd financing, so on and so forth would make sense, because this would actually click with the current generation of people who are coming and who would definitely be the leaders of future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues from Bhutan. Is there any response to Bhutan's intervention, please? Yeah, Indonesia, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We agree to proposal from Bhutan to strengthen cooperation among member countries in this forum, without limiting ourselves to meeting to discuss health and environment issues, such as the meeting we are holding today. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will take note all the interventions or the suggestions input. So maybe we can also now invite Secretariat if you have feedback or response or suggestions to Member State, please.
As we hear also suggestions, and tomorrow we will have a presentation on behalf of Chair on the sustainable funding. So a lot of suggestions are coming on the crowdfunding or the philanthropic funding and so on. So we take note of those suggestions, and tomorrow as we will be delivering a presentation on behalf of Chair on the sustainable funding, so we will try to cover those suggestions into that. Other one is also that strong linkages with the climate change and health. So in that note, as our thematic working group, which is co-chair is Philippines, so we are working closely with the Philippines also assisting that, and also hopefully another member state would also come forward to lead that co-chair, because we usually have two co-chairs. So as we hear from Fiji or Bhutan, so they may also get interested to co-chair the climate change and health thematic working group. So we take note of all the suggestions, and we will be preparing a summary based on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretariat. Last call, if you have something to add before we have a break for lunch. Yeah, please, Cambodia.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, Cambodia appreciate and congratulations for the enormous achievement of the work plan 2020 to 2024. And we have shown many efforts in the work plan and also achievement. At the meantime, we have seen that we have the developing the knowledge scientific panel meeting by developing conference or scientific meeting, something like that. However, we observe that there's a need for data or information sharing platform, which all scientific paper or policy framework can be uploaded and shared in the platform so that the membership country can access and learn from each other. Furthermore, it can be a platform to share the funding resource that development partner or potential donor that they have potential fund that can be given to any country that they can post on that platform as well. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Cambodia. Maybe we once more invite Secretariat if you some things about repository or information sharing platform for evidence-based policy. If I'm not mistaken, we have our website. But I think, yes, the repository is one of our challenge in this forum because, so the chairmanship goes like different countries, and then after that we lose maybe some important works. So maybe Secretariat can suggest us regarding this knowledge management, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Cambodia, and thank you, Chair. So as World Health Organization and United Nations Environment Program, and also many countries, even including Indonesia as Chair, there are different knowledge management platforms already there for various focus areas, including, let's say, plastic pollution, air pollution, climate change, and health, and so on. So we are taking note of this suggestion from Cambodia, and based on that summary, maybe the proposal one is to have a sort of not duplicating the efforts, but creating the link and also making it based on artificial intelligence easy to search that what best practices, what experiences, lessons learned are already within the member states and within the agencies here we are supporting. So that's much easier. But in addition to that, if any new gap analysis is done and information is needed, then Secretariat can help to even bring that information from other sources and share through that knowledge management website. So we will try to work with Indonesia as a chair and then to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. So we think that that's a lot of notes from our meeting, this agenda and the previous agenda. So we hope that we can compile all input and after that set up priority, which one that we should priority, because like my minister said, we have a lot of issue, but we should set up the priority. Priority means maybe less than 10 point. If we have like 21 activities, it's not difficult for us to to focus on in the setting up of the limited resources. But yeah, sharing informations, promote innovations, promote to establish knowledge management, and maybe revise and review the message of the importance of the issue, intersection of health and environment, climate change, etc. is our agenda to promote from this forum. So with that, we close this, we conclude these sessions 3, and thank you so much for your kind and diligent support and interventions, input. We may invite MC to have announcements regarding break lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the next agenda, we would like to invite all the distinguished delegates to enjoy the networking lunch at the Battle Room 123, and the next agenda will begin at 1 p.m. But before that, would like to inform you that we have a side event planned tomorrow afternoon. It's around 1:30 p.m. until 3 p.m. and the theme is about lead pollutions and mitigations. But for now, have a nice lunch and we will see you at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Cik. Iki tuh kak. Kak. Iki. Urap mo. Cik. 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 Cik.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates and ladies, gentlemen. We'd like to invite all the delegates to come inside the meeting room and have a seat because in a minute we will continue our agenda. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to invite all the delegates to come inside the meeting room and have a seat because in a minute we will continue our agenda. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to invite all the delegates to come inside the meeting room because in a minute we will continue. And please have a seat. And we would like to inform you that in the outside of this ballroom we have a stand from all the University of Indonesia, and please take a look. Once again, we would like to invite all the delegates to come inside the meeting room and have a seat because in a minute we will continue our agenda. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to invite all the delegates to come inside the meeting room again because in a minute we will continue our agenda. And please have a seat. We invite all delegates to come inside the meeting room and have a seat because in a minute we will continue our agenda. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Now we move to the next agenda. We kindly invite the chair from Directorate of Air Pollution Control, Ministry of Environment of Forestry Indonesia, to continue the agenda. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the lunch. I believe you had a delightful break. Before we continue with our next agenda of the meeting, Karina Sumiarno, I am Director of Air Pollution Control from Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia. I am excited by the active participant, the delegation, and I seek your continued support as we move forward. Allow me to provide a brief overview of the key points we will covering today. This session, session 3 of scientific session, is dedicated to provide a platform for thematic working group and member countries to engage in knowledge exchange, fostering collaboration across different sectors to enhance the effectiveness of health and environmental intervention. This will lay the foundation of our discussion on approach and strategies to address global health and environmental challenges. This session will also provide opportunity for each TWG to present their representative work, including research finding, ongoing project, and the future plan. There will be 6 presentations for each thematic working group, each lasting 30 minutes. And following the completion of all the presentation, I'm afraid we will not have a dedicated discussion session. However, I trust that if a time allows, we can adapt our schedule to facilitate some discussion. I encourage everyone to keep this in mind as we proceed, as your insight and questions are very valuable to enrich our dialogue. So, not without further ado, I will pass the floor to our first speaker. Mr. Ivan Hanigan, PhD from Curtin University, will representing the TWG Health Impact Assessment. So, Mr. Hanigan, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, participants in the room. It's very good to be here. I'm a research academic at the Curtin University in Australia and the head of the Centre for Climate Change and Health Impact Assessment here. I also do teaching and capacity building and training at undergraduate and postgraduate level, and I'm very happy to reach out.
Okay, Dr. Ivan Hanigan.
Yes.
Yes. I think we have a small problem here with the screen. So the committee, please show the presentation on screen.
I was hoping to show some slides.
Apologize, Dr. Hanigan. Committee.
Is my sound okay?
Presentation yet? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Please continue. Thank you.
Yes, so my first slide is showing you a picture of some of the important determinants of health. I can't see it. So can you see a fisherman on a lovely lake with a map of the Western Pacific region overlaid on top of it? That's my first slide.
Yeah.
Do you have that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Now I can see it as well. So having moved on to the introduction slide, I wanted to explain the broad field of health impact assessment, or HIA, and the evolving methods that we need to address climate change and other environmental health risks. So I'll begin the presentation with a few of the concepts and the history before moving on to the research highlights that we can talk about, and then cover some of the advice and recommendations for regional strategies and collaboration, and what some of the current and future priorities will be. Next slide, please. So yes, the HIA is a broad set of methods and tools with a large number of applications. It's very comprehensive and has multiple stages, but fundamentally it's built on participatory approaches, evidence-based decision-making, and equity is the focus. However, as I said, it has become widely used across many development initiatives. However, it needs to be innovated for climate change. Next slide, please. You can see in this diagram from this very good review paper, it goes back a long way dealing with environmental disasters. Primarily, it began in the 50s and 1960s in response to some of the very key environmental disasters. And the diagram's a bit complicated, but it's color-coded. So you can see the red boxes are all the environmental disasters, and they align with developments in regulatory environmental impact assessments becoming mandated. And then later on, with the rise of understandings about health equity and health action, we got more and more of these very important international events, culminating really for HIA in the 1999 Gothenburg Declaration and the paper that came out then. There's subsequently been a great deal of methodological development in terms of health risk assessment and quantitative methods. You might know of the global burden of disease, which is one aspect of HIA in practice. Next slide, please. So with such a broad and flexible methodological framework, we point to certain guidelines that really try to encapsulate what it's all about. And the WHO has, for a long time, been the primary source of a overarching framework, which is the 6-step process, which I'll show you in a second. However, I did want to point out that with the advent of climate change, a lot of limitations have been we've become aware of to address these emerging health threats. And so the generally flexible framework that has grown up out of decades of managing environmental hazards has really been stretched in terms of regional and local impacts, and it needs to be tailored to meet these challenges. Next slide, please. However, it is very broad and all-encompassing. This is the WHO 6-step framework, which is one description of it, and it steps through these highly rigorous steps. But you can see in the middle is stakeholder engagement and participation. And this is because all of HIA meets this focus on equity and democracy. But in the middle is the appraisal or the risk assessment. However, that is a very large topic to engage with, as you will be aware in official capacities and the relationships with community. Next slide, please. This is a version that has been tailor-made to a member state, in this case Australia, and the Australian governments, each of the 8 states and territories, come together under a federation, but health and environment are administered at the state level. These guidelines were put together by a multi-jurisdictional standing committee called NHealth. And you can see it's broadly equivalent to the WHO's 6 steps, but it's been innovated and parts have been expanded on. So you can see this, the broad 6 I've mapped across. However, we actually have a few more, including drilling into monitoring versus evaluation, and even the types of evaluation being both the outcome evaluation or the process evaluation. These are really important, and you can see that the overarching framework can adapt. Next slide, please. The Australians have used this framework in the government levels for years for approving and appraising proposals for projects or developments. And so really that has become a type of HIA that is suited to the mandated and regulatory environment. However, in the community of HIA, there are also others types, for example, decision support, advocacy, and community level. I really want to focus today on research and the academic institutions of which I am a part, and really crossing over into government and non-governmental organisation activities. So that column of advocacy with universities and other agencies coming together is a really important and under-recognised part of the HIA world, where we often think of regulatory and mandated HIAs for particular projects. Next slide, please. Furthermore, when we are looking at climate change and the activities in terms of climate change health impact assessment in the last few years has not been driven by regulatory mechanisms or mandated in certain development agencies. Moreover, it has been led by researchers becoming aware of under-recognised and not immediately visible risks. So a further typology has emerged, with the classical step-by-step methodology being seen here as part of standard health promotion activities, which focus on things like resilience and improving well-being, versus a secondary approach which is research-driven. Potentially, this is more attuned to health protection and targeted studies of key vulnerabilities and threats that are specific. You can see in this review paper, I've highlighted that last line is that of the many, I think 76 publications, 1 in 5 used the classical step-by-step approach. All of the others needed to use new research-focused methodologies, which are emerging and evolving as we meet this new challenge. Next slide, please. And so I won't be able to tell you too much about the developments here. I'll give you a couple of examples that have come from our research activities. But I will just point out that the HIA needs are cross-cutting and intersectoral amongst governments, but also non-government groups, and need to be tailor-made on top of those traditional steps. Here's an example that comes from work in Australia of quantifying parts of the exposure landscape. This is environmental surfaces and also changes in social systems that meet environmental exposures and projecting them into the future. We can use quantified health status in the present to calculate burdens. We can also project demographic changes and adaptations to think about impacts in the future. So I hope that gives you a bit of a flavour. And next slide will be my opportunity to move into the next phase of the discussion, which is towards new guidelines which build off this new knowledge that we're getting from applying research methodology. It's in the work plan of my centre as part of the Centre for Climate Change and Health Impact Assessment, and it's also part of the combined efforts with the thematic working group. And importantly, we want to harmonise approaches across the broader region, but also keep that flexibility to address key vulnerabilities and specific threats. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to show you just a couple of highlights from the research that has been going on in my community. Firstly, from Australia, and then another one from the broader region outside of Australia, which will first be on heat and urban heat, and secondly on air pollution and forest fire smoke haze. Next slide, please. So in Australia, we did this heat study within the broader comprehensive project, which was about all of the major environmental health hazards. And we collaborated with this particular state called New South Wales, who had the Ministry of Health and the Department of Planning at a very high level, supporting and feeding into our selection of research topics. In collaboration, we identified air pollution, mosquitoes, noise, urban form, including walkability, extreme weather, including heat waves, the urban heat island effect and green space, drought, aeroallergens, including pollen, and you can see it's a long list. And we were able to comprehensively use health impact assessment methodologies to look at the things that were driving these risk factors, quantify the likely health effects, and you could see in that column effects, we were able to do this for all of the major hazards, and even look at recommended actions. So next slide, please. Just looking at the heat part of that research, we were able to use very high resolution population data linked with very high resolution climate data. And the outputs of this kind of work lend themselves to peer-reviewed journal papers. And that's what we did here. The novel question was to quantify how much of the urban heat island effect could be reduced by incorporating increased green space and urban forests, which have the effect of cooling down the city. But we didn't stop there. The next slide will show you that we were able to look at future climate change. Next slide, please. You will know that there are different scenarios. In this case, we used the high emission scenario, which is the one we're most worried about. But global warming can be seen in the low emissions scenario future as well. And this goes out to the end of the century, and we were able to do a mid-century and an end-of-century estimate. And this is incredibly powerful for the decision makers to take account of. And it was also part of our advocacy and engagement. Next slide, please. Because what we wanted to do was actually do something useful, not just calculate the likely burden, but look at what was driving this urban heat island effect and what we could do about it. At this very high resolution, we were able to map using satellites and other data the amount of urban heat island, so that's the increased heat on a block by block basis, and mapping it across, you can see the same area with the right-hand side is covered in trees at a high percentage of urban forest. And so the low urban heat island effects have high urban forestry, and we were able to quantify this and actually look at what kind of heat wave mortality future we might expect with no mitigation of urban heat island versus some increased forestry. This has had effects on urban planning, and notably with black roofs as well. Next slide, please. I'm going to move away from that high resolution work in a particular city in a particular country, and now look at issues that cross boundaries. And in particular, work that I've been involved with between this area of specifically Malaysia and Indonesia and what's called the haze. Now, this is a particular event back in 2019, a particularly extreme event. And these happen every few years. There was one in 2015. And we wanted to have a warning about what could happen across this region. And to do this, we needed to do air pollution modelling and multi-country engagement to look at health data. Next slide, please. This is the kind of collaboration that needs to be done globally to get these really big models. And so we were able to access scientists in the United Kingdom who gave us access to the particular region that we were interested in for this transboundary air pollution project in the Asia Pacific. And PM 2.5 stands for particulate matter, and 2.5 is a small fraction of it. And so this is the stuff that really gets into lungs, can be transported across the blood barrier and circulate widely in the cardiovascular system. Next slide, please. We were also able to match up modeled data with monitoring data from observations. And so these are actual instruments on the ground. The blue dots are those data points that we were able to collect through close collaboration with in-country scientists from the universities in Malaysia, building on a network of like-minded scientists with very little funding, just a small bit of seed funding, and we were able to collect data also on the population level. Next slide, please. I can't tell you all about the methods that we then used to turn population data into expected state of the health outcomes, and then from there into a burden or a population attributable fraction due to the air pollution. But that's exactly what we did, and demonstrated that we could make a web interactive dashboard for decision makers to zoom in, and you can see someone can click on a particular province, in this case, the state of Sarawak, and compare the proportion of attributable smoke deaths to other areas of Malaysia. And that's the kind of research and advocacy that we try to do. Next slide, please. Now, moving on to the kind of the last stage of my talk, which is to talk about the collaborations that the research community has amongst itself with those universities. We have a large group of us now funded for the next 3 years under a consortium of funding that was connecting up our Australian National Health Medical Research Council with the equivalent types of medical research agencies funding research in Thailand, Indonesia, Laos, Cambodia. And the project plan looks across all of these regions with sub-regional case studies to look at adaptation actions to improve child health, which includes warnings or clean air rooms and modelled data that will provide those kinds of estimates of risk and future changes. Next slide, please. This is all part of the centre that I have here at Curtin, the Collaborating Centre for Climate Change and Health Impact Assessment. Over our course of our current plan, we start off with focusing on capacity building and doing training sessions and highlighting particular individuals or groups that we can then mentor and bring together into a very key set of collaborators. We will then work with these stakeholders to make sure that we are informing the development of new regional HIA guidelines that are tuned in to climate change assessments. And we need to make sure that we cross over from research and non-government agencies into government agencies very effectively. One of the things we often struggle with across those different types of groups are data needs, capacity for using data, and infrastructure for managing data. From the university sector, we are very lucky often to have very high security computer systems that can host health data. And what we also found is that we need these collaboration agreements with government agencies who are often collecting those data. And this is a key challenge. One thing that researchers are quite good at, though, is reaching an agreement with data providers and making sure that data management ultimately comes out with publishable and impactful work, which is the last of our areas of focus, epidemiological assessments. We have a lot of knowledge about the kinds of risk factors that the environmental hazards can give to human populations, but there will be new and novel emerging threats. The one thing about climate change future that we can be certain about is that the future will not be exactly like the past. And so epidemiological assessment methods also have to be innovative, and we need to be able to monitor and evaluate the early impacts of climate change. Next slide, please. And so in the context of the Asia-Pacific region, we have the Western Pacific region and the Southeast Asian region. And those two areas have a range of potential hazard types. Our priorities are, as I pointed out, our ability to use modelling and observations of air pollution to tackle some of the really interesting and problematic fields of transboundary forest fire smoke haze. And given the rapid urbanisation of many of our communities, that work that I showed you about the urban heat island and green space, reducing it, is one of our priorities as well. And just as a third example, doing things that are both focused on adaptation, which is how we can manage what we cannot avoid in terms of climate change, still needs to be matched up with mitigation, where we avoid the things that we can't manage. And so greenhouse gas emission reduction still has to be one of the targets, even though we are starting to really need to adapt to the onset of climate change impacts. And so the co-benefits calculations of doing things now that will be good for climate change impacts and also lead to the future reduction of the enhanced global warming will be key to strengthening our capacity to deal with climate change. And underneath all of that is collaboration across those sectors that I talked about. Next slide, please. So how do we do that? Strengthening capabilities can be seen at various levels. I want to start with the country level. And the thematic working group for HIA is a great example of looking at countries within regions and building collaboration and processes to enhance government to research collaboration pathways. We can't do it all on our own in either of those two main sectors. We will also want to expand beyond inter-country and inter-agency relationships with multi-country and broader regional networking. And one of the things we have access to that has been part of my centre's history for a while is something called the Asia-Pacific HIA Network, which is a group of like-minded individuals who've joined together in a social network and keep in touch through Facebook and other online methods. Because ultimately, we want to engage them as a community of practice and have impact on policy. Next slide, please. We show that we can do this with some of the methods. I've highlighted the work from New South Wales when I was at the University of Sydney. That is a report that was very effective in informing actions in New South Wales governments. That has actually led to a bigger piece of work that we were involved with across the entire nation, part of the APRFHE, Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's work, which took the environmental health indicators framework to the national level. And that has recently formed our national health and climate strategy. So all of these things build up and build on top of each other, basically enhancing government and research collaboration. Next slide, please. We also focus on our research output, and this is part of our advocacy and engagement and the translation of research. And so the Medical Journal of Australia is an outlet that has been able to publish some of our work, and this is a very large collaboration that I've been involved with, which in Australia is now called the Oceania Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change. And it's part of a global group, which is under the Lancet publishing journal called the Lancet Countdown on Climate Change and Health. And they are continuing to broaden out their approach, and we continue to do new research and regularly monitoring these indicators of climate change and health impact. Next slide, please. So I've come to the final section of my talk, which is to think and discuss knowledge sharing, capacity building, and how we can train the workers, sharing the case studies and the success stories, as I've tried to do today, but also fostering the relationships and having long-term collaborations with people who come together regularly. So my recommendations are to start to build up a repository, a knowledge sharing system about those best practices that have been implemented, focusing on climate change and other environmental hazards, and also bringing in decision makers to really talk about scientific methods in decision making. There has been a worrying trend in some areas of our community that have become more skeptical about science. And so I really think that part of HIA's principles of evidence-based and equitable research and government translation is really important for fostering those collaborations across sectors. Next slide, please. So to have a couple of tangible actions to finish with, as I pointed out just a second ago, we have this Asia-Pacific HIA network. This website has, unfortunately, it's not available at the moment, but it actually moved to Facebook. And as you can appreciate, that means it's a highly interactive social network, not just a static website that you might go to once in a while to look at if there was any news. And I think that's really important to think about the human base. Another tangible action is to work on some of the training and teaching materials that we do at universities, and to share that across multiple countries, especially our Southeast Asian and Western Pacific regions. And finally, to initiate the collaboration research. As I said, one of our topics is environmental epidemiology, which is my field, and we need to also do the kind of applied science that will inform that teaching and capacity training coursework. So my final slide is next, please. It's going to conclude. Next slide, please. With a summary of what I've got to so far, to explain that HIA is a really fabulous and important set of tools. However, it is flexible, it needs to innovate and evolve. It's highly suitable for collaboration, and this is very important across the thematic working group and other sectors. So I'll finish with a call to action that really, for climate change and environmental crises around our region, partnerships and capacity building for health impact assessment are crucial. Thank you for listening.
Right. Okay, right on time. Thank you, Dr. Hanigan. What an enriched presentation. Thank you for highlighting potential pathway for health impact assessment in the region level, also focusing on, among others, collaboration, partnership, strengthening the capacity, including capacity building and knowledge sharing. Also, thank you for sharing some notable cases and examples from the region. Okay, now let us proceed to our next co-presentation. There will be two presenters, Mr. Samuel Tregulun and Ms. Muko Yoshitomi, to walk us through the presentation for TWG, Water, Sanitation and Health. Mr. Tregun and Ms. Yoshitomi, over to you, please. You have 30 minutes for both of you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, everyone. We are WASH Technical Working Group co-chaired by Anita and myself. Next slide, please. So what is WASH? Through the COVID-19 experiences, we have learned that hand washing can be used along with COVID-19 vaccines to reduce the spread of SARS coronavirus 2 and the burden of COVID-19. Hand washing with safe water and soap remain one of our best defenses against the virus, along with other health measures such as maintaining physical distance, avoiding crowded places, practicing cough etiquette, and wearing a mask wherever recommended. WASH is critical for the prevention and care of almost all the diseases targeted for elimination and control. Greater collaboration is urgently needed if targets are to be met. We have been working on improving WASH services at the facility level up to the global level, in coordination with WHO and UNICEF, with the support of other development partners. Here, I'm showing an example that WHO published a global strategy to better integrate water, sanitation, and hygiene services with 4 other public health interventions to accelerate progress in eliminating and eradicating neglected tropical diseases by 2030. Next slide, please. Then, what is WASH in healthcare facilities? This figure describes the concept. WHO and UNICEF have a definition. The term WASH in healthcare facilities refers to the provision of water, sanitation, healthcare waste management, hygiene, and environmental cleaning infrastructure and services across all parts of a facility. Healthcare facilities encompass all formally recognized facilities that provide healthcare, including primary, secondary, and tertiary, public and private, and temporary structures designed for emergency context. Next slide, please. Here is the agenda of our talk. We have 2 experts. Tom will give a talk on current WASH situations in Asia and the Pacific. Hiro will give a talk on how better provision of WASH services has contributed to improving health outcomes. And there is a time still left. We will talk on call for action. So Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can I just check that you can hear me in the room?
Yes, we can hear you clear.
Okay, thank you very much. And are you able to display my slides? Ah, perfect. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the invitation to present to the Technical Working Group. My name is Tom Slaymaker. I manage the UNICEF side of the WHO-UNICEF Joint Monitoring Programme. And together with my colleague Rick Johnston at WHO, we are responsible for global monitoring of drinking water, sanitation and hygiene. We produce regular updates for all countries of the world for WASH in households and WASH in schools and WASH in healthcare facilities. So we produced our most recent update on households in 2023. Earlier this year in 2024, we produced an update on WASH in schools, and we are working on an update on WASH in healthcare facilities, which will be coming out on the 3rd of October. I'm going to focus mainly on WASH in healthcare facilities. Next slide, please. So at the start of the SDG period, the JMP published updated core questions and indicators for WASH in households and WASH in schools and WASH in healthcare facilities. These have been translated into each of the UN languages, and they've subsequently been adapted and integrated into national monitoring systems around the world. And these provide the basis for the core indicators that we use for global monitoring. Next slide, please. And we then maintain what we call JMP country files. So for each of the 234 countries, areas and territories in our global databases, we have country files. We have country files for WASH in households and for WASH in schools and for WASH in healthcare facilities. And these can be accessed via our website. The one on the slide here is giving you an example from Cambodia, but you can search and download files for whichever country you are interested in. And the JMP country file is essentially an Excel spreadsheet. It contains a complete list of all of the national data sources that we currently have on file for each country, and it shows how those have been used to generate internationally comparable estimates using the global indicators. And at the end of each year, we hold country consultations to discuss the latest available national data, to discuss how they've been used by the JMP to produce internationally comparable estimates, and to consult on how we can improve those estimates ahead of each progress update. And that process is facilitated by the WHO and UNICEF country offices. So let's have a look at what is coming for WASH in healthcare facilities. Next slide, please. So this next report is going to be published soon after the 3rd of October. It is a data update. So if you look at some of our previous reports, we have longer reports, which are called progress updates, and then shorter reports, which are called data updates. This is a shorter one. It means it has a smaller number of graphs, and it's mainly focusing on the core indicators at the national level. But it has a particular focus on primary healthcare. That's the main topic of the report. Next slide, please. And like all of the JMP reports, we use what we call service ladders to monitor progress towards the different levels of WASH services. So for households and for schools, we have ladders for water and sanitation and hygiene. But for healthcare facilities, we also have service ladders for waste management and environmental cleaning. And these are both very closely related to hygiene and to infection prevention and control. And we have definitions then for a basic level of service for each of these. And this is the highest level of service that we track with global monitoring. But of course, it's just a basic level of service. There are examples of countries which are monitoring additional indicators which reflect a higher level of service, and we try to highlight those in our report. But you can see that we're tracking the basic level of service, but we also try to distinguish between facilities that have no service at all, that's shown there in orange, and those that meet some of the criteria, but not all of them that are required for a basic service. And those are called a limited service, and we show those in yellow. So next slide, please. Now, one of the challenges that we have with data on WASH in healthcare facilities is that this is a relatively new area of monitoring. And so we can only produce aggregates at the regional or global level when we have data for at least 30% of the population within that region. And for East Asia and the Pacific, if we don't have data for China, then it's not possible for us to make a regional estimate. And if we can't make a regional estimate for East Asia and the Pacific, then it's very difficult for us to make a global estimate because of the very large population. And so the most recent data that we have for China was from a survey that was done in 2018. We were able to use those data to extrapolate estimates forward to 2022, but we're not able to make estimates for 2023. So if you look at the next slide, you'll see the impact on our global data coverage in the JNP progress updates. Next slide, please. And what you can see here is that our data coverage is actually lower in this 2024 report than it was in the last report that we published in 2022. So particularly for water and for hygiene services, these were covered in that 2018 survey from China. We have falling data coverage. So these bars are showing you the total number of countries with estimates in each of the reports that we've published since 2019. And what you can see is that the total number of countries with data has been increasing steadily for water and sanitation, for hygiene, for cleaning, and for waste management. However, the coloured lines are showing you the proportion of the global population that those countries represent. And you can see that previously we had more than 30% of the population for water and for hygiene. But as we no longer have recent data for China, the data coverage has now fallen sharply in our most recent report. So this is why you will see in the report that we don't have regional estimates for East Asia and the Pacific. And the next slide, please, is just highlighting that. Next slide. This is just showing you the data coverage for East Asia and the Pacific. So you can see a very sharp drop for water and also for hygiene in terms of the percentage of the population for which we have data available. It was nearly 2/3 of the population, and it's now 12% for water and just 8% for hygiene. So this is really highlighting the importance of not only collecting baseline data at the beginning of the SDG period, but routine monitoring and updating to enable us to track changes over time. Next slide, please. So this slide is showing the number of countries for which we have estimates for East Asia and the Pacific in 2023. And you can see here we're looking at coverage of a basic water service. That's water available from an improved source which is located on premises. And in our forthcoming report, we only have estimates for coverage of basic water services in healthcare facilities for about half of the countries in East Asia and the Pacific. So that's 15 out of the 30 countries. You can see in Lao, PDR, we have data on the proportion of healthcare facilities with no service at all, 2% shown there in orange. But we don't have sufficient data to calculate the proportion with limited and basic, so the rest are shown in grey. And if you see down the side there, you can see that we have estimates for sanitation in green for 13 countries, for hygiene in 9 countries, environmental cleaning 8 countries, and healthcare waste management for 11 countries. So a lot of data gaps still to be filled. Next slide, please. Only a small number of countries currently have sufficient data to be able to track trends. This is an interesting example from Cambodia. Here you can see we have an older time series that was collected between 2010 and 2020. It's not sufficient to calculate the basic service indicators, but it allows us to track trends in access to improved water, on premises, in hospitals, which we know is particularly important. And we can see trends over time, gradual increase, particularly in hospitals, but also in non-hospitals. But it was only with a more comprehensive survey that was conducted in 2024, the Health Facility Survey, that we were able to make estimates for a basic level of service. And we're now able to do that for all of the service levels for Cambodia. But we have a recent estimate that we're not able to track changes over time. So data availability is improving. It's enabling us to start to monitor trends, but we still have quite a long way to go before we can really have robust estimates of progress towards these targets. Next slide, please. In some countries, we have disaggregation, and this allows us to look at different types of healthcare facilities. So in this example, we can see coverage in rural and urban areas, and in hospitals and smaller healthcare facilities, which we call non-hospitals. Sometimes the gap is very large. So for example, in Kiribati, we have about 70% of urban healthcare facilities with basic waste management, but only about 7% of rural healthcare facilities. So a very large gap. And the next slide, please, is showing that we can also start to disaggregate all of the different elements of service. And this allows us to identify and target specific problems. So for example, for basic waste management service, we require both segregation of waste into at least 3 bins and safe treatment and disposal of sharps and infectious waste. So you can see here the countries. Some countries have data on segregation, some countries have data on treatment, and a smaller number have data on both. So for example, in the Solomon Islands, nearly 72%, I think, of healthcare facilities are reporting safe segregation, but only 17% of healthcare facilities reporting safe treatment and disposal. So this is just highlighting the value of routine collection of data on washing healthcare facilities to help us really understand what are the constraints, what are the limiting factors, and where do we need to focus our efforts to improve the situation. Next slide, please. And this, I just finally wanted to flag, is that there is a great deal of momentum now around the issue of wash in healthcare facilities. I think you know that in December 2023, there was a UN General Assembly resolution on sustainable, safe and universal water, sanitation, hygiene, waste and electricity services in healthcare facilities. And all 193 UN member states unanimously approved that resolution. And in 2024, so earlier this year, WHO and UNICEF published a global framework for action, and that is setting out national targets relating to policy, governance, service levels, equity and inclusion, and community engagement. So there's a really big push now to not only strengthen the monitoring of wash in healthcare facilities, but more importantly, to strengthen service delivery so that everyone who accesses healthcare facilities can be sure that they have all of the wash services that they need to provide quality care. And so my last slide is just to highlight that it is relatively straightforward to collect the information that we need to monitor wash in healthcare facilities. Last slide, please. We have our core questions with the indicators that we need for monitoring water, sanitation, hygiene, environmental cleaning, and healthcare waste management. All of the information can be collected through around 16 questions, and these can be included in national monitoring systems, in healthcare facility surveys, but also in health management information systems. And as the data availability improves, we'll be able to better track progress for individual countries, but also at the regional level and at the global level. That's my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Tom. So, the floor is yours, Hiro.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen and international delegates, this is Hiroshi Hirowatari. I want to deliver our experience, the history of the industrial development in Kitakyushu City, and the contribution to the Kingdom of Cambodia on the lifeline development. So I'm working to the Water and Sewa Bureau in the city of Kitakyushu. And next slide, please. This is the overview of the Kitakyushu city. The government of Japan established the first steel plant in Japan, 1901 in Kitakyushu. Then major company established the factory in Kitakyushu city, like a Toyota, Nissan, and Toto. And the Nippon Steel, such kind of the major company established the factory. The next slide, please. The history of the Kitakyushu city. Behind of the industrial development and the improvement, we suffer from the pollution, and we struggling to maintain that pollution. And there is a many chimney and the worst falling dust in Japan. Then also we have one of the bay, we call that Dokai Bay. That bay have no creature, even the coliform. And the one of the picture we can show, the screw of the ship is melting because of the high acid inside of the Dokai Bay. Next, please. So, however, we want to maintain and control the pollution. Then we overcome this pollution by the partnership among the citizen, administration, and the company. And the next slide, please. Then finally, the environment is reborn compared with the 1960s and the present. And next slide, please. Along this history, the water supply and the sewage has been grown. Water supply established in 1911, and the sewage established in the 1918. So we have over 100 years history. So next, please. This is the status of the water supply. I want to explain to you. Service coverage, service prevention is 99.7%. Almost all of the people in Kitakyushu City using the water supply. Then non-living water ratio is 9.9%, less than 10%. Next slide, please. And this is a scale of the our facility. Total length of the pipeline is around 4,600 kilometers. And next slide, please. Then we have about 10 water sources and 5 treatment plants and 47 service reservoirs. Then total capacity of the water supply is 769,000 cubic meter per day. Next, please. Then this graph is daily supply capacity and water max daily water demand. And also population served increased from around 1973. Our coverage ratio is almost 100. Next slide, please. To expand the water supply facility, we have to save the budget. Then, non-revenue water reduction is one of the crucial target on any water supply organization, since operation and maintenance need a huge of the budget. Then the block distribution system, DMA, the flow meter installation, we conduct from the 1980 to 1985. We established the block distribution system. So next slide, please. So block distribution system is like a figure. We divide the distribution network as into small blocks. We have 90 blocks, and all flow and pressure data in the blocks are transmitted to the central station automatically. These data are utilized for the non-revenue water reduction. Next slide, please. And on the other hand, we think that is our responsibility to transfer the technique of the operation and maintenance. So this is international cooperation over 30 years. And next slide, please. I want to describe the miracle of the Phnom Penh on water supply. We cooperate for the water supply system to the Cambodia and in the Phnom Penh, the first. The many development partners cooperate on the water supply sector after 1991. After the Civil War, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, the JICA, cooperated to Cambodia as they established the Phnom Penh Water Supply Master Plan in 1993. Development partners cooperate to the water supply in Phnom Penh in accordance with the master plan. And Water and Sewer Bureau, Kitakyushu City, dispatched one of the experts as a JICA expert in 1999. And it is a trigger of the dramatic success of the water supply in Phnom Penh. Water and Sewer Bureau, Kitakyushu City, cooperates to decrease the non-revenue water by introducing the block distribution system. Next slide, please. This is the result of the cooperation. Then compared with 1993 and then 2010. In 2010, the bill collection ratio is around 99.9%, meaning it's almost 100%. And non-revenue ratio is around 6%. Next slide, please.
Mr. Hiro, your
Yes.
time is limited. Can you focus
Okay.
and speed up?
Okay,
Thank you.
so skip. Yeah. And skip. And skip. Next slide, please. This is Miracle of the Phnom Penh on the water supply compared with the 1993 and 2011. The water bill collection ratio 48% to the 99%. And non-limit water ratio is 72% to the 5.6%. Next slide, please. Then we want to spread this miracle to the provincial water supply utilities. So the JICA capacity building project on water supply conduct the project phase 2 and phase 3. Next slide, please. Then finally, miracle spread to the provincial water supply utilities. This map is compared with the status 2013 and the status 2017. This survey conducted by the questionnaire. The almost all of the water supply utilities improve water supply service, and the worst is less than 1%. Next slide, please. Then, however, some province is the status is worse than one of the province. Waterborne disease increased. I show bottom of the left. So this is a result of our cooperation. Water supply service is improving, but some province have a problem, waterborne disease. So this is all of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Let's give applause to Mr. Hiro. So thank you for all the presenters, Mr. Tom Slayer, Ms. Muko Hyoshitomi. Apologize the time is not allowed for Ibu Anita Gultom. So yeah, we would like to continue the next presentation. Our next speaker will be Ms. Jung Min Park, Director. No? Okay. So yeah, the next topic will be the TWG for air quality and health. So Dr. Eng Seng Saini. Oh, enggak. Okay. Will be the next speaker. The time is yours, Ms. Saini, and you will be online, right?
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Thank you.
Okay, and you see my slides, yeah?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and the Chair of the Thematic Working Group on Air Quality and Health. In this presentation, I will provide overview of air quality and health in the region, Western Pacific region and Southeast Asia region, ongoing efforts in the countries and opportunities for action. Why it's not moving? Okay, so the presentation I will focus on 4 main items. So the status quo on air pollution and health in the region, and also shed some light on the need for WHO air quality guidelines and why WHO is advocating for implementation of the guidelines. And very briefly, some experiences from countries and opportunities for action to tackle air pollution. So we discussed a lot about air pollution as the serious public health threat. And there is growing evidence on the health impacts of key air pollutants. The most studied air pollutant pollutant is particulate matter. So in this first slide, you see that the comparison of size of the particulate matter compared to, for example, beach sand and human hair strand. So we are talking about tiny particulate matter, which is over 40 times the size of the sand beach. So because of tiny size, the PM, especially 2.5, penetrates very deep into our respiratory system, lower respiratory system, penetrates to the blood circulation, reaches to brain and other important parts of our body. So, and provide the negative health impacts. There are also growing evidences of negative health impacts of other key pollutants like ozone, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide. In the previous presentation, Dr. Ivan Hannigan already mentioned that the growing evidence of epidemiological studies, health impacts of environmental pollution, especially for air pollution. Over the several decades, we already have strong evidence on negative impact of air pollution on respiratory disease, cardiovascular diseases. Over the now also we have growing evidence of negative impact of air pollution on reproductive system, prenatal exposure of children, which leading to the development and health of developmental delay in health of children, our future generation. Also, there are growing evidence of neurological system damage and brain damage, which lead to associated health outcomes like mental problems, anxiety, depression, as well as some elderly problems leading to dementia, Parkinson, etc. And also there is growing evidence of impact of air pollution on metabolic dysfunctions like type 2 diabetes among population. So simply we are speaking that the air pollution, there is no intact organ or system that is not affected by the air pollution. So that's why from WHO point of view, from the health community point of view, tackling air pollution is the most crucial priority globally, regionally, and at the national level. So in this slide, I would like to draw attention on the situation of health due to air pollution. Previous speakers also mentioned about the magnitude of the problem in this region. So according to the latest data from estimate from WHO, based on the national estimates on air quality and health, globally, about 7 million people die annually due to combined effects of ambient air pollution and household air pollution. So Southeast Asia region, Western Pacific region are taking the highest burden. Based on the WHO Global Health Observatory data, you can see that in the Southeast Asia region, the mortality rate linked with the joint effects of ambient air pollution and household air pollution is over 130 in the Southeast Asia region, and in Western Pacific region over 90. Especially these are some in the above the global average. In terms of PM 2.5 pollution, average annual level of PM 2.5 is 46 in Southeast Asia region, and Western Pacific region is 35 microgram per cubic meter. WHO recommended average annual value for PM 2.5 is 5 microgram cubic meter. We can already see that it's in both regions, it's more than 9 times above WHO recommended level, which really shows the urgency and magnitude of the problem we are talking about. Here, I would like to draw the attention on the issue of energy, climate, and air nexus. So, Lancet Countdown report of 2023 clearly emphasized the issue of energy inequity globally and also regionally. we see that there is a percentage of using biomass burning in low human development index countries quite high. If we see that it's more than 92% of low income countries are still relying on the use of biomass burning compared to 7% in very high income countries. And we also see here inequity in the use of renewable source of energy. So the report highlighted the need to reduce the equity gap in clean energy solutions and also called for action to reduce, to use more environmentally friendly energy solutions in different sectors. So on the second slide, we see that in low, higher human development index countries, death related to the use of biomass burning is not decreasing. But we also see some positive developments, especially in very high developed countries, reducing the use of power plants, shifting to cleaner renewable energy and cleaner transportation policies. Another aspect we would like to highlight that when we talk about air pollution reduction, it's very important to address this issue in combination with the climate mitigation actions. Last year, 2023, Lancet Countdown report also highlighted that temperature, global warming is really increasing. Last year was the highest record in the history of our 100 years, and that the highest record in the temperature. So when we talk about the climate change, especially heat, exposure to heat and exposure to air pollution have huge consequences on human health, the combined health risks, especially to vulnerable population groups, elderly people. So as the global temperature increases, it increases the intensity of drought, intensity of desertification, and frequency of wildfires, which in turn also to affect the increase of air pollution and again associated health effects. So that's why it's very important to, when we address the climate air pollution, the national policies, local policies, actions should go hand in hand with the climate mitigation activities. WHO, so one of the main functions is to generate evidence-based normative guidelines for as a scientific reference for member states. WHO, on the rolling basis, develop science-based guidelines on air quality, addressing the ambient air quality as well as indoor air quality, and also guideline on the household fuel combustion. So I would like to highlight a few points here. Why do we advocate, WHO advocate for the guidelines for the air quality? So first, of course, most important function of the guidelines is to provide evidence-based, up-to-date, robust evidence on health impact of air pollution. And guidelines provide the main scientific reference point for the countries to set or revise the national standards or regulations, and set specific targets tailored to the national and local context to reduce air pollution. The guidelines also stimulate science policy action, especially to trigger, intensify sectoral interventions to reduce emissions. And implementing WHO guidelines contribute to climate mitigation and the strengthening climate action. So here I would like to highlight the basis for the guidelines. WHO has the guidelines advisory group, technical group, which collects systematic data on the evidences of short-term health effects and long-term health effects of air pollutants. And so based on the systematic research, the guideline development group come up with the recommendations. So for PM particulate matter, we have robust evidence on health effects of short-term exposure and long-term exposure. So for example, the effect to non-accidental mortality rate, impact on cardiovascular, respiratory mortality from short-term health effects, as well as lung cancer from the long-term exposure to particulate matter. And as you see here in this table, there are, based on this scientific evidences of health impacts of the key pollutants, WHO come up with the guideline values, which I will present in the next slide. For example, for NOx, SOx, and NO2 and sulfur dioxide, there is also evidence of short-term exposure, for example, exacerbating asthma attacks, related hospital admissions, and also respiratory mortality. Exposure, short-term exposure to carbon monoxide lead to myocardial infection, admission to emergency departments. So these are the, based on the systematic scientific findings, WHO established the guideline values. In 2021, the air quality guideline for ambient air quality for 6 key pollutants have been revised. Because since 2005, the previous edition of the guidelines, there were more robust evidence of health effects of air pollution. So in the very last column, you will see that the recommended air quality guideline level for the key pollutants by for annual exposure, short-term exposure. We also, there is discussion that it's not that easy to achieve the recommended levels. One of the key recommendations of the guidelines is that it's very important that countries set interim targets to achieve eventually the air quality guideline level. So when the countries develop national policies or standards or action plans, it's very important that the countries come up with the tailored targets to reduce air pollution, specific interventions in key polluting sectors in order to achieve the safer level recommended by guideline level recommended by WHO. So one would like to emphasize also why WHO advocate for the guideline implementation. There was a scenario assessment of what will be the impact of implementation of WHO guidelines if, for example, ambient PM 2.5 level achieved. So we already mentioned that in the Western Pacific region, Southeast Asia region, bear the highest burden of impact of air pollution. For example, in the scenario, if the guideline for PM 2.5 implemented, over 1 million premature deaths could be avoided in the Western Pacific region, similarly for in Southeast Asia region. So it shows the health benefits of implementing the guidelines. There are also evidences of economic co-benefits of implementing WHO guidelines. So now I would like to provide few examples of countries in improving air quality and protecting health. Here the example of Australia. Australia set advisory standard, for example, for PM 2.5. Annual average requirement standard value is 8 microgram per cubic meter. WHO recommended value is 5 microgram per cubic meter. So Australia is getting quite close in terms of the requirements for the PM 2.5. And also the country said for other pollutants, they also said averaging period and the maximum concentration of the key pollutants. We also have experiences, of course, from many countries. For example, in the Republic of Korea, the chair country of the thematic working group on air quality and health, we could see good example of having national target to reduce the fine dust. And most importantly, they implement the fine dust management policy and assessing its impact and different sectoral interventions to achieve these targets. For example, in addition to addressing the issue of ambient air pollution, they also monitor indoor air quality in public places, in some port areas, and different sectoral interventions. We also have experience of China, for example, to set and implement time-bound targets for major pollutants. Japan set zero emission strategy for net zero by 2050, for example. Mongolia implement national program for air pollution reduction, banning raw coal use. Indonesia recently also yesterday shared nice experience of emission inventory of key pollutants and also tools and models for emission inventories. And of course, if there are a lot of examples of good efforts in tackling air pollution. And here I just mentioned a few examples of country efforts in air pollution reduction and for protection of human health. So this is my last slide in terms of urgency of action and opportunities. There's growing recognition of this public health crisis, air pollution. And at global level, there have been a number of policy milestones to reduce air pollution, improve health. For example, World Health Assembly resolution on health, environment, and a roadmap for enhanced action, which urge countries to take action to implement the guidelines, to develop multi-sectoral national response, to strengthen international cooperation, and also to reduce health equity inequities. Also, the roadmap emphasizes need for expanding knowledge base, monitor health impacts of air pollution reporting, and also leverage the leadership and coordination among different sectors, strengthening capacity of countries. And there are also a number of other important global policies and milestones. In 2022, WHO released WHO Global Strategy on Health, Environment and Health, air pollution reduction, climate mitigation, adaptation among the priorities of WHO action. In 2022, UN General Assembly recognized the human right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And this year, early this year, UN resolution issued to promote regional cooperation on air pollution to improve air quality globally. This resolution also highlighted the importance of implementing WHO guidelines for air quality. And this year also, the World Health Assembly adopted the resolution on climate change and health. And one of the key actions is to strengthen climate adaptation and mitigation and also health sector leadership to strengthen action on climate resilience and environmental sustainability of health system and healthcare facilities. We think that this Asia Pacific Regional Forum for Health and Environment and its thematic working group on air quality and health play essential role in accelerating actions towards working with the member states, stakeholders, and each regional networks to reduce air pollution to protect health. And also there is a lot of good opportunity for this thematic working group to work across other thematic working groups like health impact assessment or climate change adaptation and to synergize our efforts. And with this, I am finishing my presentation. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Aini. Thank you for your continuous support for the thematic working group on air quality and health. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are running behind the time, but with your permission, I propose to continue the presentation to the thematic working group on chemical waste and health. So actually, we keep continue. We move to the next speaker. Ms. Jin Woon Yi will be the next speaker. So the time is yours.
Sorry, sorry, we would like to first present and introduce Dr. Jin Won from TWG chair, Miss. Thank you very much. For this short session, we, Ministry of Environment of Japan, and also Thai Ministry of Public Health, would like to invite Dr. Jin Won to present WHO chemical roadmaps that addresses public health management and also chemical incidents. Japan, as the thematic working group co-chair, and ADB will lead the technical side event through the collaboration with USAID, World Bank, and Pure Earth, the civil organization, tomorrow. It is hybrid starting from 1:30, and we are inviting everyone to participate in this site's event tomorrow on the priority policy and program intervention to reduce lead pollution in Asia Pacific region. We are grateful if you could also share the information with your relevant officials in your respective ministries regarding lead pollution. The link will be presented later on the screen. Thank you very much. So I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Jin Won. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. And just share the flyer for the meeting tomorrow. So you could see the screen. Just Dr. Isco announced before. And I will move to the presentation. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So, can you hear clearly?
Very clear. You can proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's a great honor to be a speaker at this meeting. Chair and the chair of TWG Chemicals, Dr. Isco and Dr. Ora. And today I would like to share the research on improving public health management of chemical incidents in the Western Pacific region. So the outline for today is first, I would like to share the brief background of this research and the policy milestones and also chemical instance capacity in the member states in the West Pacific region and case studies in the region, and also share the way forward in this topic. I'd like to introduce from the brief background of the information. Globally, overall, from 2000 to 2020, over 1,000 technological incidents involving chemical occurred globally, and these incidents affected more than 1.85 million people, and also this led to the death and the injury and the illness, and also the health effects like the cancer and the birth defects as well. And also local economy affected, and also some social issues also occurred. So the public health authority plays a crucial role in preventing chemical incidents and minimizing their impact to people and the environment as well. And I think you could also have some experience in your own region, I think. And on the screen also share some experience in this region in last 30 years. So in Japan and the Philippines and the Republic of Korea and the Vietnam, China, and I did not mention the whole country member states, but also you have a small or big events in this region. I think you already have the some tragedy event in your country already, I think. And I would like to introduce some policy milestones in from the WHO and also globally as well. So firstly, want to share the WHO International Health Regulation, and this research also based on this regulation. And as you know, all the member states are need to develop minimum core public health capacity according to this regulation. And we need to focus on the early event detection and response as well. So this agreement provides a framework to prevent and prepare for and respond to public health events, and emergencies include chemical events. And the WHO also developed the chemical roadmap in 2017, and this aims to enhance health sector engagement in the sound management of chemicals and waste. So we are expecting all the member states and all the secretariat, the WHO also do the work for the risk reduction in the knowledge and evidence and institutional capacity and leadership and coordination. So, and we also expecting we have a kind of global chemicals and health network as well. And these efforts are continuously ongoing. Last year, the global framework on chemicals was agreed, and this framework is a vision, the planet free from harm caused by chemicals and waste for a safe, healthy, and sustainable future. So the key resolution include the fund issue and also surveillance system and the action plan, and also develop of a structure, and also formation of a global alliance. And this also included targets, the similar targets in the global chemical roadmap, like the access to poison center, and also data and information sharing, and also risk assessment and partnership and network as well. So the work from the WHO chemical roadmap continuously ongoing on the framework as a global framework on the chemicals. And today we will share the chemical events, chemical incidents. So WHO developed the manual for the public health management of chemical incidents in 2009. So this manual provides a comprehensive overview of principles the role of public health in the management of chemical incidents, emergencies. So we are do a kind of leadership role. We're expecting the leadership role to all the members from the various stages, from the prevention, planning, and preparedness. And when there's some incidents occur, then the detection and the alert is important. And also after when the instance occurs, then the response also recovery is very crucial. So we describe in the manual how we expect to do the leadership role to member states in the various stages. And also we expecting the multidisciplinary, not only for the health sector, but only environment sector, but we all work together in the social effect, and also we consider all the aspects in the considered to the chemical instance. So this research based on the state party self-assessment annual reporting tool. So WHO provides an electronic reporting tool for member states parties to report online. So every year you might be give us input about your capacity level of yourself, your self-assessment. So also today's research is based on this self-assessment result from what you gave us information. So for the especially there's some capacities in this self-assessment, and we will dealing with about chemical events today. So in 2022, so globally 57% of the global capacity we found it. And in the Sierra region, the 55%, and the Western Pacific Wipro region is 61%. So the trend is from 2018 to 2022 from the very slightly development from the 50 to 57% globally, and in the West Pacific region, like from the 52% is in 2018 and 2022 the 61%. So this region fluctuated around the middle 50s. So you could see the trend as a graph. So very slowly, but I think it's positively we have a improvement in the globally and also in the region, I think. And also you could see the chemical event kappa score in all the member states in the West Pacific region. So you can see the big gap between the countries. So some countries already have the 100 kappa score what we are expecting, but some countries still like the under development of the legislation or so institutional establishment as well. So we can categorize this capacity level. So level 1, which countries under development in the policies and also systematics. So we categorize these countries and under development for this chemical events capacity level. And also level 2 is available. There's some information on an ad hoc basis, not the kind of everyday everyday service, but then they can have a service to ad hoc basis. So some countries are in these categories, like the Cambodia, Tonga, and Tuvalu as well. And then the level 3, the country can offer the information service like the 24 hours, 7 days basis. So Mongolia, Vietnam, Kiribati, and the Micronesia categorized in this level. And level 4 is a country who can identify and quantify chemical exposures. So Singapore and the Philippines are categorized in this level. And at level 5, we are expecting the integrated system of the public health surveillance and the environmental monitoring. So Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and Korea, China, Malaysia are in this categorization. And today, I would like to share some case studies from the member states in this region. So there's a big event, a chemical incident in Republic of Korea. You could see it in this picture, the Gumi hydrogen fluoride leakage incident in 2012. So from this big incidents, Korea established the National Institute of Chemical Safety to prevent and respond the chemical incidents. And also they strengthened the Chemical Substance Control Act as a legal framework for the incident management and the health outcome assessment as well. And also they conducted, after this big incidents, they do the health impact surveys, and they classify the health effects of the chemical exposures. And also they do the partnership and the mental health to this kind of research. So, and also they do some kind of resource mobilization for conducting this kind of work. And also share the Vietnam case of the 2019. So Hanoi mercury exposure. In this incidents, they also do a kind of large hospitals led media responses and the victim investigations, and also do a kind of risk management and conversation. So they do the kind of press conference to enhance the knowledge and about risk communication. And also they do the kind of systematic approach. They categorize risks among the exposures groups, and also do the kind of long-term monitoring, and also did the public cooperations between. And also there's case from Philippines, the 2006, there's a Himara oil spills. And they did provide the affected residents with special care for vulnerable population in a risk area. And also they do some efforts to enhance response teams to healthcare providers' capabilities. And also they established to follow up on the long-term health effect. And also they do the action plans. And also they do some multidisciplinary approaches as well. For conclusion, I'd like to do some recommendation for all member states. So I think we need to develop and enact effective legislation for chemical safety and incidence management in public health. And also we encourage all the member states to establish dedicated organizations for preventing and enhancing responses to chemical incidents. So WHO encourages at least one poison center to each member states. And I think it quite related to the chemical roadmap and also the framework what we agreed last year. So we encourage all the member states to be interested in the establishment of poison center in each your country. But maybe we can also have a kind of network as well. So we can share some information before any this kind of organization established. So we can, if we can be a kind of membership as in this TWG group, and this TWG also hold the event at the poison center, the experience, and also we can share about the experience of the poison center, and also we can share the information when there is a kind of emergency issues. Then we can share the risk information. So we can establish a kind of network regionally and also globally as well. So I think I encourage all the members to more members can participate this TWG group and also have more interested for the chemical issues, and also expecting the participate tomorrow's event related to the chemical issues. So I encourage to participate this side event as well. And also we encourage you to secure the financial resources for the comprehensive health outcome assessment as well. And also we prioritize capacity building for each member states. To do this, I think that as a secretariat, so we also do a kind of facilitate knowledge and information sharing. So we are expecting that we have a more engaged, more members to engage in this TWG group chemicals. So we can have a kind of network regionally and also globally. And in this network, we can do a kind of, not network, but we also do the kind of technical support and resource to foster capacity building. So we can do a kind of workshop or a webinar, or can share any information with members, I think. And also we take lead on the evidence building to inform the policy and practice. And also we can provide the technical support to members in the developing and the internationally and the local tools to strengthen instant response capabilities as well. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Let's give applause. Thank you, Mr. Jin Woon Yi, for your presentation. We encourage all of you to attend the side event tomorrow. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, before proceed to the next speakers, we still have two technical working group. So we will now take a coffee break. I would like to encourage you to be back promptly within 20 minutes. Yeah, have a nice break. Have networking among you. Thank you. We will wait you here within 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, to lead the meetings. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the next agenda, we would like to invite you to enjoy the coffee break at the foyer for 20 minutes. But before that, we would like to ask all delegates to do the stretchings together for relaxing your body. And the stretchings will be led by Dr. Boni from Dinas Kesehatan Provinsi DKI Jakarta. I will invite Dr. Boni, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Indonesia. It's my honor to be in front of all of you. I'm sorry for interrupting your meeting, and I'm sorry for interrupting your coffee break, but after 2 hours meeting in the same position, I think you have a neck pain and back pain and also another pain in your body. So please rise and move your chair to the back. Maybe you can take your blazer off of your body and we can make a little movement, only 4 minutes, Just follow my movement or follow the video in front of you. Thank you very much. And I ask you for one more request. Don't forget to smile, okay? It's not polite to back you up. Okay? This is my office. Yes, and we want to hear a sound from the video. This is my chair. And this is my uniform. Okay, I want to see the voice, the sound from the video. Is it okay? Yeah. And now every 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock we have to do a stretching exercise. Okay. In Namaste position. Namaste position, please. Okay, thank you very much. And now stretch your arm.
لأجاريهم قلدت ظاهر ما فيهم فبدوت شخصا آخر
And don't forget to smile.
كي أتفاخر
Once again, stretch your arm.
وظننت أنا أني بذلك حزت غنى فوجدت أني خاسر فتلك مظاهر
Right foot to the left.
لا
2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. 1, 2 and go to the rest. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the front. 1, 2, your hands. Push your hand, yeah, and then, okay, hands in the air, move your shoulder, single, single, double, double, single, single, double, double, and now raise your arms, single, single, double, double, single, single, double, double, right. Your feet, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. 1, 2, 3, reverse. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. In the front, 1, 2, cross your arms. Spread your arms. Move your elbow to the front and move your elbow to the back. Once again in the other side. Spread your arms. Your elbow to the front. Your elbow to the back. Don't forget to smile, please.
لا نحتاج المال كي نزداد جمالا جوهرنا
to the front. 1, 2, and reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the front. 1, 2, rolls up. Once again. Namaste position. Thank you very much and continue this meeting and continue the coffee break. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, Dr. Boni. Thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimasu. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all. More relaxed and rest, right? And you'll be ready for the next agenda. But before that, now please enjoy the coffee break sessions and see you in 20 minutes. Enjoy the coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you again about that outside on this ballroom. We have a stand from all the university in Indonesia. Please check it out and see what is the benefit and the goodness of the UN in Indonesia. One more time, I would like to inform that the outside of this ballroom, we have a stand from all the university in Indonesia, and please check it out. Thank you so much. attentions, our distinguished delegates. We would like to invite all delegates to come inside the ballroom and have a seat, because in a minute we will continue our agenda today. Once again, I would like to invite all the delegates to come inside the meeting room and have a seat, because in a minute we will begin the next agenda. Thank you so much. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all the delegates to come inside the meeting room and have a seat because in a minute we will continue the agenda. Once again, to all the delegates, would like to invite come inside the ballroom because in a minute we will continue the next agenda. Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now let's proceed to the next presentation. There are two more presentations. So I would like to invite Ms. Elida Basu, the chair of TWG Climate Change and Health. Ms. Basu, you are welcome to begin. Ms. Elida Basu, are you with us?
Yes, good afternoon to our colleagues from the various countries, ministries of environment and health, and our colleagues from the international organizations and partners of the Asia Pacific. Good afternoon once more to everyone. My presentation this time will basically cover climate change situation in the Asia-Pacific region. It will likewise present health impacts of climate change in the Asia-Pacific region. Then I will mention issues related to climate change and health in the region. And then I will cite two examples of national adaptation plans in two countries in the region, one from the Philippines and another in Southeast Asia. And then I will proceed with my recommendation. Okay, so climate change indeed poses an existential threat for the region, with potential to disrupt decades of progress and burden future generations with the cost of unsustainable economic development. And this was how the latest Human Development Report from the United Nations Development Program has warned in its report. In the region, fossil fuels still account for 85% of all energy consumption. The region also spans the entire spectrum of climate cause and effect story today. Fast-growing economies reliant on fossil fuels to meet growing energy demand are accounting for an ever larger share of global emissions. At the other end of the spectrum are the small Pacific Island states, which contribute only 0.01% to global emissions but must grapple with the immediate and existential threats such as sea level rise. There are other climate change situations in the region, and these likewise include the situation of the extreme weather events and even declining biodiversity. The region experienced on the average 6 natural disasters a year over the past 30 years, about twice as many as developing countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and about 3 times as many as in sub-Saharan Africa. 2 years ago, the extreme weather events are linked over 7,500 deaths in the Asia-Pacific region, affecting over 64 million people, and this has cost huge $1 billion in terms of the economic damages. Countries with higher poverty rates are also the ones most susceptible to disasters. That is in the area of extreme weather events. On another angle of climate change effects in the region, the planet's biodiversity is threatened due to habitat loss, pollution, overexploitation, and invasive species, and linked to the same factors causing climate change. The region is said to be the third largest biodiversity decline in the world after Latin America and Africa, and this has been happening since the 1970s. Such ecological and environmental pressures pose increasing risks to the hundreds of millions of people in the region who depend on forests for their health and livelihood. And then in the other dimensions of climate change in the region, a large part of the region's economy is dependent on its coastlines, with key industries such as tourism, fishing, and trade being concentrated in the coastal areas. The region is said to be home to 70% of the global population, but is susceptible to sea level rise. And about a third of total employment is in natural resource-based sectors conditioned by climate such as agriculture and fisheries. Likewise, the region experiences the phenomenon of climate migration. 2 years ago, disasters led to 32.6 million internal displacements worldwide, and most of which were due to weather-related hazards, with the region accounting for 70% of the total. And therefore, the phenomenon of climate migration is so widespread in the region, in Asia Pacific. Climate-induced disasters threaten the most vulnerable, disrupting livelihoods, endangering health, and reducing job opportunities and social capital. We've had in the country and in parts of the world also the pandemic experience of the past. And climate change is leading to new health challenges. Changing temperatures and weather patterns heighten the risk of infectious diseases. Loss of biodiversity and pressures on nature could fuel what had been experienced of late as the zoonotic diseases. And the risk of a large-scale pandemic of the COVID-19 kind within the next 25 years has reached as much as 50%, and it continues to rise by year. And given then the high population density and connectivity to the rest of the world in the region indeed lies at the heart of these challenges posed on it by the pandemic. Okay, so I mentioned first the situation of climate change in the Asia Pacific region. Now I will mention about the health impacts of climate change in the Asia Pacific. Climate change is said to be the biggest global health threat of this century. And while climate change affects the world over, the region stands particularly vulnerable to its adverse consequences. More than half, in fact, or 56% of the world's estimated billion population and nearly 2/3 of the world's poor live in this region. Our figures tell us that in the 1990s, Asia Pacific accounted for 32% of the global climatic events, 84% deaths caused by such events, and 88% of the people affected worldwide come from the region. And in these figures, women are the most vulnerable to climate change and its negative health consequences in developing countries. Mortality rates of women during disasters is 14 times higher than that of men. Poor women constitute the majority of the poor in the Asia Pacific region and are particularly vulnerable to climate-sensitive health risks. And climate change affects human health both directly and indirectly by affecting disease vectors, and deaths, injuries, and disabilities can occur as direct consequences of extreme climatic events such as heat waves, floods, and storms. The World Health Organization has likewise reported that that floods triggered by a continuous sea level rise increase are projected to affect 94 million people in South Asia by the year 2000, as compared with the current estimate of 13 million in figures. And therefore, infectious diseases, dengue, fever, malaria, diarrhea are some of the various health impacts of climate change. And just a few of the responses in the region with the health impacts of climate change. We are told from the World Health Organization Regional Framework for Action to Protect Human Health from the Effects of Climate Change that there had been initiatives to increase awareness of the health consequences of climate change, strengthen the capacity of health systems to provide protection for climate-related risks, and substantially reduce health systems' greenhouse gas emissions, and ensure that health concerns are addressed in decisions to reduce the risk from climate change in other key sectors. Having said now climate change situation in the region, the health impacts of climate change in the region, what are some of the issues related to climate change and health risks in Asia? Okay, we're told from the fifth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that it is very likely that the mean annual temperature increased over the past century over most of Asia. The number of cold days and nights have decreased, and the number of warm days and nights have increased. And for most of the Southeast Asia, our annual temperatures over the past 100 years increased by approximately 0.6 degrees per 10 years, and the projected temperature for Asia in the middle of the end of the century depends on the pathway for emission of greenhouse gases, with upper estimate of more than 6 degrees Celsius. And the pattern of precipitation had been mixed and uncertain. Some areas lack sufficient observational records to determine trends in annual precipitation. Some other areas have heavy precipitation events that had been increasing, and light rainfalls had been decreasing. And therefore, with this, the analysis of scientific and technical evidence, adaptation and vulnerability of populations have indeed shown that the patterns of risks and benefits are shifting due to climate change. The levels of risk presented for the 2030 to 2040 duration, in which the projected levels of increasing global mean temperature do not diverge substantially across emission scenarios, and we're told of risk levels that are of longer term era, global mean temperature increasing above pre-industrial levels. Against the backdrop of all of these situations in the Asia-Pacific region, a number of examples will be mentioned here. In my own country, in the Philippines, just this year, we had completed our national adaptation plan that really comprises a major portion in the climate agenda for the country. In January of this year, this was presented to the cabinet with the Philippine president there, where in that meeting, the document on the National Adaptation Plan, including a document on the mitigation blueprint for the country, on the National Determined Contribution Implementation Plan, have likewise been presented. The President has adopted both and has in fact directed government agencies in the Philippines, including the local government units, to focus on high-risk regions in implementing the National Adaptation Plan and in even raising awareness on climate change adaptation. There had been a number of provinces that had been shown as with high exposure to climate risks, and therefore this is what the President was mentioning in this headline of a news here, where he ordered the agencies to focus on high-risk regions in implementing the climate change plan for the country that are now embodied in two documents, the National Adaptation Plan of the country and the National Determined Contribution Implementation Plan. Under the National Adaptation Plan for the country, there are 8 key adaptation sectors, and as part of these 8 key adaptation sectors, a portion there, as highlighted here, is on health, where the objective principally is for climate adaptive healthcare for all, protecting health and well-being of all Filipinos. In this figure here, we're shown of the 18 provinces in the Philippines that had been identified as having high exposure to climate impact drivers. And for climate impact drivers, they mentioned that of increased temperature in drought, extreme precipitation, sea level rise,
Baru setelah kita ya,
in sea
title
levels,
strategies for
and
the
extreme wind tropical cyclone. These
di
18
atas kita juga bisa.
that we see at the first column left portion of the figure had been prioritized to understand the impacts of climate change in the country, upon which adaptation options were derived across the targeted sector outcomes. And therefore, for us in the country, the directive has been such to focus on these provinces that have high exposure to climate risks. Included under the National Adaptation Plan is, as I said earlier, one of the 8 key adaptation sectors, that of health. And shown here are several outcome areas, 4 outcome areas that are elaborated to be priority adaptation strategies for health under the National Adaptation Plan. A first outcome is mentioned about the need to minimize patient mortality from climate-sensitive diseases through reinforced primary care and home community health workers, and several indicative key strategies are enumerated. A second outcome is on seamless access to climate-responsive health services underpinned by resilient health networks. A third outcome on interoperable information system to monitor and evaluate health vulnerability and capacity development. And a final or fourth outcome on resilient, interconnected, and community-driven health governance at all levels. And these are elaborated even further by indicative key strategies under the National Adaptation Plan. In what is being proposed as a strengthened interagency committee on climate change for the Philippines, several work streams will be falling under this, and one such will be the National Adaptation Plan, where in this area, the Ministry of Health in the country will be leading the follow-through efforts to be able to follow through initiatives that are required, key strategies that are required, key outcomes that are being proposed under the National Adaptation Plan. Okay. I show here next another example in Southeast Asia of a National Adaptation Plan, but for Thailand, where in the National Adaptation Plan for Thailand, the vision is spelled out, the focal point is likewise mentioned, the Climate Change Adaptation Division as coming from the Department of Climate Change and Environment in Thailand, and the mission statements, such as establishing climate resilience into national development, enhancing capacities and awareness at all levels, developing database research, knowledge, and technology. So, okay. As we see here, this is the institutional mechanism for the National Adaptation Plan in Thailand. The different agencies form part of it. The water resources, agriculture, the public health, where a health national adaptation plan is being pursued, including the other agencies in Thailand. And the linkage to the health sector from the National Adaptation Plan is the National Adaptation Plan of Thailand has a focus on health. It highlights public health as one of the 6 priority sectors, indicating a strong linkage between climate change and health considerations. And they do have a national adaptation plan that seeks to outline specific measures and strategies to address the health risks arising from climate change, as it focuses on building more resilient public health system to handle these challenges. So under this Health National Adaptation Plan, there's likewise a Health Impact Assessment Division as part of the Ministry of Health. And this focal point looks after observed and anticipated climate change impacts as costs from vector-borne diseases, health-related illness, flooding, waterborne diseases, and even respiratory diseases. Okay, so looking at the Thailand's example of the Health National Adaptation Plan, there are strategies that are elaborated to work towards health literacy, public health implementation, public health preparedness for climate change, developing the national public health system in response to climate change on an international standard are among the core strategies mentioned under the Health National Adaptation Plan of Thailand. In all this, I think what we see would be an emerging set of recommendations as we highlight on what had been recommended from the Conference of the Parties, the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, on the Declaration on Climate and Health, so that in order to work towards ensuring better health outcomes, including through the transformation of health systems to be climate resilient, low carbon, sustainable and equitable, and better prepared communities and the most vulnerable populations for the impacts of climate change, the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in its 28th session in Dubai drew up and came up with this Declaration on Climate and Health. To us within the Asia Pacific, I see that it is this declaration is something that as a thematic working group on climate change and health, we must see through the phased implementation and the phased accomplishment of each of these recommendations. And the recommendations cite that there is need to strengthen the development and implementation of policies that maximize health gains from mitigation adaptation actions and prevent worsening health impacts from climate change, including through close partnerships with so-called major groups of society, indigenous peoples, local communities, women and girls, children and youth, healthcare workers and practitioners, persons with disabilities, and the populations most vulnerable to health impacts of climate change, among others. The second recommendation cites the matters of addressing the environmental determinants of health, where we need to facilitate collaboration on human, animal, environment, and climate health challenges, such as implementing a One Health approach, as will be elaborated for us later by our TWG, the One Health. Likewise, the need to strengthen research on linkages between environment and climatic factors and antimicrobial resistance, intensify efforts for the early detection of zoonotic spillovers and as an effective means of pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. And likewise, the need to prioritize implementing adaptation actions across sectors that deliver positive health outcomes. Across a range of sectors that we have, including food and agriculture, water and sanitation, housing, urban planning, healthcare, transport, and energy. Our fourth recommendation is that of encouraging the scaling up of investments in climate and health from domestic budgets, national budgets to financing from multilateral development banks, multilateral climate funds, health financing institutions, even philanthropies, private sector, bilateral development agencies. Another recommendation is to encourage international finance providers to strengthen the synergies between their climate and health portfolios, particularly from country-led programs and projects dwelling on the nexus of climate change and health. And then another recommendation is to develop a common understanding of existing needs for climate health finance, grounded in country priorities and needs, and the need to share these learnings and best practices on financing and implementing climate health interventions. And finally, the need to improve monitoring, transparency, and evaluation efforts of climate finance to include climate and health initiatives in order to strengthen common understanding of its efficiency and effectiveness and to maximize the delivery of positive health outcomes. Within the Asia Pacific region, we hope that as countries may be able to help each other, be in solidarity with one another, to foster partnerships and helping one another, implement even in phased manner the recommendations under this declaration. Those are about all that I want to share. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once more.
Let's give up applause. Thank you, Ms. Basu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so now we have the last presentation of this session, but certainly it's not least. May I invite Chair of the Thematic Working Group One Health to deliver a short remark and introduce the speakers. There is 30 minutes. And please, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Yulita Evarini. Today I'm presenting as Chair of Technical Working Group One Health. It's my great pleasure as Chair of Technical Working Group to welcoming you to One Health scientific session. Indonesia is chairing this working group, which aims to strengthen and advance the implementation of the One Health approach globally, with a particular emphasis on the Asia-Pacific region. The One Health approach recognizes the interconnectedness of human, animal, and environmental health and aims to improve collaboration, communication, and joint actions across these sectors. Through the Technical Working Group, we will increase awareness of the One Health approach and promote its integration into policies and action plans. By leveraging the One Health Joint Plan of Action, the group seeks to enhance collaboration among stakeholders, including government.
I think we cannot hear you.
May I continue, Madam?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think you are muted. I think you are muted.
Committee, please. I think the online participant can hear us.
Yeah.
Yes, we can't hear you.
Including
we can't hear you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Because you are muted.
Okay. Yeah.
So from the broadcast stream, I think you are muted.
Can you hear me now? Pretty clear? Can you hear me? Participant online, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Since we have a short time, so I think we still go on, and the committee will prepare Okay, I think Ibu, you can go on.
Including government, non-governmental organization, academia, and the private sectors. This collaborative effort is crucial for addressing complex health challenges that arise from the interplay between human activities and environmental changes. Today, we will have two presentations. The first presentation is Integrating Environment into One Health, quadripartite initiative by Gyanondra Gonggal, Coordinator of Asia Pacific Quadripartite One Health Secretariat,
Hello.
WHO Seattle, and Makiko Yashiro from UNEP Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Second presentation is Enhancing One Health Implementation Capacities in Asia and the Pacific by Yezu from Asian Development Bank. So I would like to invite our first speakers to present. Dr. Gonggal and Ms. Yashiro, you may take the floor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear us?
Yes, clear.
Yeah,
You can go
thank
on.
you very much. Yeah, first of all, we would like to thank 11th high-level official meeting, which was held in Indonesia last year, recommended to establish a thematic working group on One Health. And it is timely, and previous speaker also highlighted that we are facing global crises like climate change, and we all have to work together. And this is the spirit of One Health. I would like to focus on integrating environment into One Health quadripartite initiative. And WHO CERO is leading Asia Pacific Quadripartite One Health Secretariat. And we have Food and Agriculture Organization, UNEP, WHO, and World Organization of Animal Health as quadripartite partners. So in our presentation, we would like to highlight why is One Health getting attention. Integrating environment into One Health, quadripartite One Health initiative, and what are the take-home messages. Everybody is talking about One Health, and it is not by chance. It is the need of the time, and previous speaker has highlighted climate change is one of the global threat. It is existential threat to human civilization. Similarly, because of anthropogenic activities, we try to produce more food by compromising environment. So intensive agricultural production, we are using a lot of antimicrobial substances, hormones, and chemicals to intensify animal production because we have to feed a big population and we have to ensure animal protein for the population. Intensive agriculture, that is one of the challenges that we use pesticide, antifungal drug, herbicide, and many other chemical fertilizer in the name of intensification and commercialization of agriculture production system. And that means we are polluting our environment. And as in the name of development and human prosperity, we are mining, we are doing deforestation, we are constructing dam so that we produce hydropower, but we are also compromising the ecosystem. So there are ecosystem damage, and we are now frequently encountering extreme weather condition, flash flooding, volcanic eruption, tsunami, and so many natural disasters. They are happening, and Asia Pacific region is more prone to that one. Another important thing we have to understand, there are internal displaced people in Bangladesh. People are moving from seaside to inner part of the country. And we may have to encounter climate change refugees. So that may happen in the future. And particularly small island countries, climate change is a matter of life and death. And unplanned urbanization and globalization, that is also another threat. We are well linked with air as well as sea route, and That means we can travel any part of the world within 24 hours. And that also create good, favorable condition for transfer of pathogen like COVID-19 pandemic we have seen. And pollution, definitely we are polluting the environment. And that's why we have to face this kind of challenges. And the sustainability of our environment, health of the environment depend on human behavior. And there is an increased global interaction, human-animal environment interface. WHO, together with a quadripartite partner, we established One Health high-level expert panel to guide us with scientific evidence. And One Health was defined in different ways. So now One Health high-level expert panel, they came up with a universally accepted definition. That is, One Health is an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animal, and ecosystem. It recognizes interconnectedness and the health of human, domestic and wild animals, plants, and the wider environment, including ecosystem, that are closely linked. So this is the definition we are trying to use for One Health. And we have now One Health high-level expert panel 2, and we are also trying to see socioeconomic dimension of One Health, because we are technical people, we try to see biomedical approach, but we have to understand that there are socio-cultural, socio-economic dimension, why things are not happening, why people are not changing their behavior. And there is high level of advocacy. It is a major political agenda. You may be aware that there is a intergovernmental negotiating body and pandemic agreement, and COVID-19 pandemic, based on lesson learned, there is a pandemic treaty. Intergovernmental negotiating body is working on that aspect, and that demands One Health approach. And there is also UN General Assembly. There were high-level meeting on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response last year, and today the UNGA is discussing AMR as a global threat, and there are also number of political declarations, particularly G7 and G20 engagement. There is engagement, and when Indonesia hosted G20 summit 2 years back, there was focus on One Health and leaders and minister declaration. There is also high-level meeting on One Health in various platforms. There was World One Health Congress in Cape Town last week. And similarly, there is conference of parties to multi-sector PD, Convention on Biological Diversity, COP16 in 2024. It is going to happen. And UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP29 is scheduled in Azerbaijan. And there are various initiatives like Intergovernmental Negotiating Commission on Plastic Pollution. That is also important issue that we have to understand when we talk about environment. We are fortunate that there was a UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi, where UNEP has headquarters, and there was advocacy meeting, and there was permanent representative from Brazil, which is now leading G20 chairperson, and South Africa and Canada. Canada is G7 now. These are leaders of the global political agenda, and we have discussion on that kind of issue. And we also need to strengthen link between ministerial track and ensure continuity around the topic of One Health from one G7, G20 presidency to the next. And there is a One Health group of friends in Nairobi that could form among UNEP committee of permanent representatives in parallel to the group of Geneva and Rome. One Health, very easy to say, let us work together. But how we can work together? What are the area we can focus? So we quadripartite came up with One Health Joint Plan of Action. This is an option to strengthen and establish a common strategy on One Health. So there are 4C: communication, collaboration, coordination, and capacity building. And we should try to link different sector and discipline, and there should be community engagement in the long run. And we have to think about health of not only human, animal, but also plant and ecosystem. And this One Health Joint Plan of Action, working together for the health of human, animal, plant, and environment. So we have 5-year plan, and we are trying to promote at the country level. There are 6 action tracks under One Health Joint Plan of Action. Still, in some countries, there is a thinking that One Health means zoonosis, zoonosis means One Health. But we should be clear that avian influenza was the mother of One Health in Asia. But now things have changed. So it is not only for zoonotic diseases, but there are other areas where we need multi-sectoral collaboration. So we have 6 action tracks. Action track 1 is enhancing One Health capacities to strengthen health system. This is One Health governance, capacity building, and we have also operational tool to help country to develop One Health coordination mechanism and framework. Action track number 2, reducing the risk from emerging, re-emerging zoonotic epidemic and pandemics. So this is also very, very important. That is a global challenge. COVID-19 is classical example. There are some diseases which are not epidemic, pandemic, but they are endemic zoonotic diseases, which are known as neglect tropical disease, and also vector-borne diseases like dengue fever. So we need to address that diseases, controlling, eliminating endemic zoonotic, neglect tropical and vector-borne diseases under Action Track 3. Action Track number 4, food safety, is a shared responsibility. We need to strengthen assessment, management, and communication of food safety risk. We are working with ASEAN Health Cluster 4. Action Track 5, curbing the silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance. So we are talking about antimicrobial resistance, but also we also need to understand that there is also antifungal resistance, because agriculture sector use most of the antifungal agent or substances, and that also lead to antifungal resistance. And last but not least, integrating the environment into One Health. So this is very, very important and relevant to this Asia Pacific Regional Forum on Health and Environment. And we also have 3 pathways of the theory of change. So in each action track, it should be guided by 3 pathways of change, that is government, policies, governance, policies, financing, and advocacy. And number 2 is pathway is organizational development, implementation, and sectoral integration. And last but not least, data, evidence, and knowledge exchange. These are needed for each action track, and we try to use this pathway of change when we are trying to develop One Health Joint Plan of Action in each action track. Now I would like to request Makiko to carry over.
Thank you very much. Just to continue with the presentation, Action Track 6 covers different elements that are key for strengthening environmental dimension of One Health, such as the protection and restoration of biodiversity, prevention of the degradation of ecosystems and the wider environment, mainstreaming environment into the One Health approach, integrating environmental knowledge, data, and evidence in One Health decision-making, and creating an interoperable One Health academic and in-service training program. Next slide, please. Could you kindly move the slide?
It is not moving? Okay, okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Various initiatives have been implemented by the quadripartite partners in the region in related to Action Track 6, and I'd like to briefly highlight some of these initiatives. And related to Action Area 6.1, which focuses specifically on environmental protection in general, as you can imagine, there have been significant efforts made by environmental community in relation to climate change, ecosystem restoration, biodiversity conservation, air pollution, plastic pollution, and chemicals and waste. And implementation of various multilateral environmental agreements, and those are some of them are indicated in this slide, led by the environmental sector. And this is also a key focus under this action area. And related to Action Area 6.2, which focuses on mainstreaming environment into One Health, in addition to some of the awareness-raising initiatives that we have undertaken, various wildlife health networks, frameworks, and initiatives that include environment sector representatives have also been developed and implemented in the region. Next slide, please. And sorry, one slide back. Yes. And related to Action Area 6.3, there have been various initiatives focused on understanding the value of nature and its linkages with health. And for example, the Economics of Ecosystems and Biodiversity Agri-Food Initiative, which focuses on highlighting the economic value of ecosystem services and biodiversity in agri-food sectors to support policy and decision-making, and also national ecosystem assessments undertaken in selected countries in Asia are some of the examples. And these assessments are increasingly looking at health impacts as part of the analysis. And related to Action Area 6.4, field training program for wildlife, environment, biodiversity, and ecosystems is called FTPVB program, has been implemented in the region led by FAO. Next slide, please. And as we all recognize, and this has been mentioned by the previous speakers, this region is a hotspot for emerging infectious diseases, and it's also characterized by its growing population, particularly in urban areas, extensive travel network, and internal migration. And at the same time, the region is a hotspot in terms of biodiversity loss, growing impacts of climate change, natural disasters, and so on. So this is the region where the scaled-up implementation of One Health initiatives is highly important. And in this context, the Asia-Pacific Regional Quadripartite Partnership has been actively engaged in supporting member states' efforts in implementing One Health initiatives. Next slide, please. And at the regional level, yes.
Since we are running behind the time and will be another representation from IDB, so I encourage you to be brief. Is it okay?
Yes,
okay,
I'll
thanks.
just quickly go through it.
Sure,
so at the regional level, there have been the initiatives as by the tripartite partnership in the past, but UNEP joined the partnership in 2022, and since then we are working together to support member states in the region. And currently, WHO CRO hosts the regional secretariat. Next slide, please. And this is the regional quadripartite coordination structure. And as you can see, there are technical working groups, and there's one specifically dedicated to look at climate change and environment-related dimensions of One Health. Next slide, please. And we have been focusing a lot on engagement with member states and partners in the region. And one example is this quadripartite One Health workshop for countries that was held in Bangkok last year, where countries coming from 3 different sectors really talked about the next steps for rolling out One Health joint plan for action at the national level. And we have also been supporting national level efforts, including in Bangladesh and recently in Mongolia, and we will continue these efforts. And next slide. And we have also been focusing on the high-level advocacy and outreach. And the example is this side event organized at the Asia Pacific Ministerial Forum for Environment. And also, this particular event is another important key opportunity for us. I'll hand it over to Dr. Gongo to finish. I think you are on mute.
Thank you. So we are pleased to inform you that the quadripartite group, we negotiated with the UK FCTO to a project to support ASEAN One Health initiative. And there was ASEAN One Health networking event, and we are committed to support ASEAN member states. We should also understand that Asia Pacific region, it is very diverse. We have small island, Pacific Island countries, so inclusiveness is important as Pacific Island have special consideration of One Health. And as I mentioned earlier, climate change is major binding factor for One Health. And the take-home message is One Health is a holistic, systemic, structured approach to address issues and challenges of common interest that may cover not only zoonosis, but also climate change, EMR, environment, and food safety. There is a growing recognition of One Health. However, it must be translated from concept into action through country-level activities. We are country-focused. Ownership, leadership, partnership are essential for One Health collaboration. One size does not fit for all. Think globally and act locally. There should be advocacy and policy change and behavior change. That is the most difficult part. It is very easy to say, let us work together, but there should be willingness to work together. That is the most challenging for One Health implementation. There are popular say, coming together is the beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is a success. So this particular event, it is a great opportunity. And if we want to go fast, go alone. If we want to go far, go together. So this is the key message from Africa. So we just want to deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gonga and Ms. Yashiro. Yeah. Next, we will have our second presentation. Ms. Yesu, please take the floor. Your time is 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Good afternoon again, distinguished delegates. I will be very brief because actually I'm not a technical expert in One Health, so I'll just be providing some comments from our program implementation experience. If I can show the slides, if somebody can show the slides, thank you. A second one, please. Next one, please. Next one, please. Yeah. Okay, so the COVID-19 pandemic has wreaked havoc on health systems around the world, and it has brought a renewed focus to health security through pandemic preparedness and response with a One Health approach. So we have seen increasing global and regional commitment for this. Very importantly, I'd like to highlight the WHO's effort in leading the negotiation for the International Pandemic Accord to build resilience and ensure equitable access to pandemic countermeasures. Also very importantly, the G20 established the Joint Task Force on Finance and Health in 2021 and established the Pandemic Fund in 2022 to support countries and regions investing in PPR capacities. A report on mapping financing options and gaps for pandemic response was published in 2023. In addition, as mentioned before, the quadripartite partners was established in March 2022. And the One Health high-level expert panel was convened as an advisory group covering experts in animal, human, and environmental health, biodiversity conservation, and social sciences to provide evidence-based scientific and policy advice to governments on One Health. In our region, notably under the Indonesian chairmanship, ASEAN Leaders Declaration on One Health Initiative was adopted on May 10th, 2023, leading to the development of ASEAN One Health Network and the Joint Plan of Action. From ADB's own experience, we supported the GMS Greater Mekong Sub-Region Economic Cooperation Program Strategic Framework 2030, which has a strong emphasis on One Health as core to health security. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. I think this may not be the right version. Can you go to the next slide, please? And the next one. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Next one. Okay, yeah. So this slide doesn't seem to be the most updated version, but I will go with it. So One Health can be instrumental in supporting COVID-19 recovery and other development priorities, but it's not really that straightforward from theory to practice. Because to start with, there seems to be inadequate resources for human health, animal health, and environmental health systems. The surveillance system development is uneven and incomplete, particularly at grassroots level, that impedes the early detection of disease outbreaks. One Health encompasses such a broad range of issues with intricate links, making it very difficult to conceptualize and to prioritize. So each sector is struggling to work in its own silo with poor information sharing. So the lack of resources and the complexity of the One Health approach seem to pose great challenges for countries to design and implement One Health initiatives. Next one, please. Right. To support capacities for One Health implementation, we think it's important to follow 3 principles. First is utilize tools for One Health capacity assessment and planning wisely. Second is to invest in building the 4C mechanisms as defined in the quadripartite One Health Joint Plan of Action. That is communication, coordination, capacity building, and collaboration, focusing on enhancing the collaborative capacity. Third, pay attention to evidence that demonstrate effectiveness and value addition to the One Health initiatives and use them to advocate for investment support. Next one, please. Okay, so on the tools to assess One Health capacities and design One Health programs, it is noted that the number of released tools already increased before COVID-19 and significantly increased after COVID-19. There are many tools that assess some aspects of One Health capacities. Next slide, please. So for example, there are the State Party Annual Report, the Joint External Evaluation, the National Action Plan for Health Security, all rooted in fulfilling the obligation of reporting and improving on IHR core capacities. There's the Performance of Veterinary Service, PVS, and from FAO, Animal Health Service Tools, the EMT and SET. The percentages on this slide reflect a rough estimate of the proportion of countries among our APRFHE members that have done the assessment. In addition, we noted that about 85% of the APRFHE member countries have done a AMR National Action Plan, but only 12% have done a One Health National Action Plan or a Joint Risk Assessment Operational Tool Assessment. So with all these tools and all these assessments, how can countries link them and use the information to develop a One Health initiative that is suitable for their country context? I think there are also tools for that. So for example, next slide please. WHO has published a handbook for the integration of PVS results into the JEE process. Next one please. These are examples of the assessments indicating the wide disparities across countries. Next one please. Yeah, okay, thanks. So WHO has a handbook for integrating PVS results into the JEE process to map indicators that can shed light on joint investment areas. Next one, please. Countries also have the opportunity to work with the Quadripartite had partners in a workshop called the National Bridging Workshop that brings together all the relevant sectors to jointly develop a roadmap for short-term activities to improve the coordination and collaboration.
So, Miss Yu, your time is up.
Okay. Okay. So I will quickly go to maybe the next one. Okay. Maybe without using the slides, because these slides are not the most updated one. Basically, the second principle, we wanted to highlight that there are tools that can help us develop a collaborative capacity, starting from understanding and harmonizing shareholders' expectations, to develop a collaborative strategy, which includes rationale and objectives of a collaboration, identifying areas of action and coverage of the collaboration, leading to collaborative modalities, and specifically collaborative activities. So we think that using a design thinking tool is very, very important. And there are tools such as the O Smart and O app tools developed by universities or by development agencies. All of these tools can be applied through a 2 or 3 day workshop within the countries to develop this hands-on experience. So next slide, please. Can I see the next slide? Okay, yeah. Next one. Okay. Maybe going to the third point. Next one, please. Next one. Okay, so I'll skip this example. Next one, please. Okay. If you can go to, yeah, next one. Okay, so the third comment that we have, for the principle, it's very important to really demonstrate the effectiveness and value addition of the One Health approach. And there is some literature already producing such evidence. But in principle, I think traditionally, when we do a traditional cost-benefit analysis of health interventions, we look at very narrowly about the direct impact of these programs and the direct cost within a certain sector, say the human health sector. But in the One Health approach, we really need to consider multi-sectoral costs and multi-sectoral benefits, including those direct benefits and indirect benefits. So next one, please. This slide doesn't show.
You have, the time is up, Miss.
Okay, sure. Okay, so finally, I will just leave with the comment that, the APRFHE platform, obviously as commented by delegates, countries in the region have different environmental, social, and industrial situations, and therefore face different One Health challenges. That's why we think that having a strategic approach to develop the One Health programs is very important. We invite all the members to join the One Health TWG to work together and strengthen this, 4C capacities at the regional level. And further investment in core capacities in each of the sectors obviously is also continuously needed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Let's give applause. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we are now at the end of the session, and I will apologize that we cannot have a dedicated specific discussion, but I'm sure that some of the chair and co-chair of the thematic working group present here, so you can come around, and if you have any question and further information, they are happy to share with all of you. And also this all presentation will be compiled by the Secretariat and will notify to all delegation via email. So with that, allow me to wrap up this session by acknowledging the comprehensive and enriched presentation for all the speakers. Can we give applause for them? Okay, and I also would like to thank you all for the active engagement in this session, and I will deliver to my colleagues, Mr. Irawan Asad, PhD, the Director of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. We'll proceed with the next session, and also it's about the framework of cooperation and Jakarta Declaration. Thank you all, and over to the MC.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sinta, who already chaired the meeting. Please big applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we will move to the next agenda. We kindly invite Mr. Irawan Asad, ST, MSc, PhD, Director of Climate Change Adaptation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia, to proceed the agenda. Please welcome.
Sorry for that. Good evening, everybody. I hope you still enjoy the meeting. Yeah, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next session. Yeah. I'm sure that you are. Before we proceed, let me take a moment to introduce myself. My name is Irawan Asad, and I am a Director of Climate Change Adaptation from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. And today I'm chairing this session until 6. Yeah, until 6. Okay. Let me provide a brief overview on the key points that we'll be covering today. Session 4.1, Framework for Cooperation, will highlight the current health and environment challenge in the region, and we will kick the session off with presentation from the WHO Southeast Asia region on the revised framework for cooperation. The objective of this particular agenda item are, first, to review the proposed revision to the APRFHE framework for cooperation based on member country inputs, and the second, to clarify the roles and responsibility of member countries' thematic working groups, the TWGS, and the Secretariat under the revised framework. Upon the completion of the presentation, we will proceed to a round of intervention and open discussion. Therefore, I invite your invaluable input. And without further ado, I will pass the floor to Mr. Hussein Rashid from WHO Southeast Asia region to enlighten us with the presentation. Mr. Rashid, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I hope I am audible.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you very much. And as mentioned by Chair with an overview, this presentation will provide an overview of the framework for cooperation of the regional forum. And during the previous high-level officials meeting, the need for revising the framework was discussed based on the need. And therefore, I'll be providing briefly an update on where we are at this moment. And to start with, I will be giving the importance of health and environment nexus and the importance of the regional forum, and also a brief history of the regional forum and the objectives and the forum's charter and framework for cooperation, where we are and what is being proposed. As we all know that 25% of the global burden of diseases, or 1/4 of disease burden, is linked to the environmental risk factors, and 13 million deaths could be prevented if we address the environmental determinants. And for that, this platform, this regional forum, provides the platform to bring together the environment as well as the health sector together to discuss and address the issues and needs of the two regions. And of course, mainly children under 5 are the main victims and accounted for 74% of all deaths caused by unhealthy environments. And highlighted by many participants during the discussions, low-income countries, including small island developing states, suffer the most from environmental health risk factors and the impacts of climate change. I'm not going to go into the details of the history of the regional forum because we have heard a lot about the regional forum at the morning session. But I just wanted to highlight that this regional forum was established 20 years ago. We are actually celebrating the 20th anniversary of the regional forum because it was formed in 2004. And a lot has happened. And currently, Indonesia is the 5th chair of the forum. And some of the thematic areas that the regional forum has addressed and worked on to provide technical assistance and support and guidance to member states of the forum include, of course, addressing the various environmental factors, including air, water, food, waste, energy, urban cities, chemicals, global environmental threats, and health security issues to ensure the well-being and health of people, and also to address sustainability, including the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I think it's very important to understand the main objectives of the regional forum and why we all are here. The forum provides a platform of cooperation and collaboration between the environment sectors at the region, health and environment sectors at the regional and country levels in terms of sharing knowledge and experiences, advocating for measures, policies, and actions to protect the health and well-being caused by environmental risk factors, and also to promote sectors, because we all know that health sector alone cannot address the importance of the issues that we face. We ensure that through the regional forum, we also facilitate the linkages and platform to bring other sectors to address the important, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as Paris Agreement, Minamata Convention, other international conventions, and regional initiatives that are in place. And the regional forum, of course, is also to advocate for other sectors like the environment, health, and sectors like the economic sector, energy sector, transport sector, women and labor sectors, all these different multi-stakeholders to bring together to address different risk factors. Then the regional forum was governed by its charter and the framework for cooperation. The first charter of the forum was endorsed in 2007 in Bangkok. And the first framework for cooperation of the regional forum was endorsed in Kuala Lumpur in 2013. And that's the framework for cooperation that we have been implementing for the past. And since 2013, there have been a lot of changes. There have been increase in membership of the forum, and there is need for revising the existing framework for cooperation. And at the beginning, the previous structure of the regional forum proposed that we have ministerial meetings every 3 years, and ministers of environment and ministers of health, along with high-level officials from ministries of health and environment, come together for the high-level meetings, and which is normally conducted in the current format every 18 months. And initially, in the previous structure, there were 7 thematic working groups, and in the last high-level official meeting, this has been reduced to 6 thematic working groups. The new proposed structure that is being defined in the working paper that has been submitted for member states for consideration. And this is the new structure that is being proposed. And of course, more details are already in the working paper, but we understand that there was not much time for member states to go through the proposed structure, and we understand the need for member states to go through it and to provide meaningful inputs. And therefore, we have provided in the working paper a timeline to revise the existing framework with the revisions that has been proposed. And of course, the new structure tries to address to bring the synergies for sustainable development goals and ensure that it provides a holistic approach to address all the needs of the member states. And these are the current existing thematic working groups as agreed in the last high-level officials meeting held in Jakarta. And to come to the conclusion, in terms of the current status of the framework for cooperation, the existing framework for cooperation, as I mentioned earlier, was adopted in 2013, and it was agreed in the previous meeting that there is need for revision. And one of the revisions that has been proposed is in future as part of the Secretariat support from the WHO from the Western Pacific region, the Asia Pacific Center for Environment and Health based in Seoul will be one of the main technical focal point as part of the WIPRO Secretariat, while CRO and UNEP will continue to provide support as well as what has been done in the past. And of course, there is a strong recommendation and suggestions to ensure that there is enough empowering and strengthening of the thematic working groups, and also to ensure the sustainability of the work of the thematic working groups to have a sustainable financing mechanism, which you will be discussing more in the sessions, even in tomorrow's sessions. And of course, one of the critical areas that needs to be discussed and we need inputs from member states is on the memberships, the role of the chair, and clear identifications of the roles and responsibilities of the Secretariat, which needs certainly some clarities in going forward. So we need member states' inputs and comments for these areas. And in moving forward, the existing framework revisions we have proposed to be completed within 1 year framework under the leadership of the incoming chair of the regional forum. And we have proposed that the new chair of the forum, in close consultation with the Secretariat, conduct virtual consultations with member states and to receive inputs to all sections of the framework and submit the final revisions of the framework for cooperation to the next high-level officials meeting of the regional forum and submit it for the endorsement of by the next ministerial meeting. And therefore, we have proposed the working paper, and it is submitted for high-level officials' recommendation and decision, as well as comments for the new proposed framework. Thank you, and here are some of the questions. Allow me, Chair, if for the when the floor is open for discussion. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Secretariat, for your comprehensive presentation. And now we will turn the countries for their views on this topic. Each country will have 5 minutes for the views. Secretariat, can you screen the guiding question? Thank you. Is there any concern on these guiding questions? Okay. The first round go to Bhutan.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I would like to, maybe request the Secretariat for clarification.
Yeah.
The presentation, I was made to understand that the revision was circulated and informed. But as I mentioned before, this is my first time attending, and we haven't received any documents as such. And also, I'm confused a little bit on the membership itself. So all of us participating here are members, or only the ASEAN countries are members, or that's one clarification I would like to seek, because we didn't get the information and I have not seen it, so it's very difficult to either say anything or comment on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhutan, for the clarification. Secretariat, can you please clarify the Bhutan questions?
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I mean, I would be happy to provide the clarifications. First of all the participants who are attending the meeting here are not full members of the forum. We have associate members who are attending as well. There is a process to become a member of the forum. Both health and environment ministries have to submit letter of intent to the chair of the forum to become a full member of the forum. Now, the membership was open for all members of WHO CRO, WHO WIPRO, as well as members of the UNEP Regional Office for Asia Pacific region. So this was approved in the last ministerial meeting held in Manila, and since then it is open for the members I just mentioned. So that provision is there, and we have some members who recently joined in the forum, and some of the members attending are here as associate members because they are from the WHO WIPRO, WHO CRO, and members that fall into the jurisdiction of UNEP Regional Office for Asia and Pacific. In terms of the framework for cooperation document, yes, the latest revisions have been circulated among the full members of the forum. So associate members may not have received it, but who has already registered for this forum as a participant, we have provided the circulated document in the Indico and have access to the latest working paper that is being submitted for this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your complete explanation. So, yeah, thanks, Bhutan, for next. Yeah, Next round will be to Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Indonesia wishes to express our sincere gratitude to the Secretariat for the development of the revised framework for cooperation. And regarding monitoring mechanism, Indonesia would like to recall the output 11 Halom. The Secretariat in close collaborate with the Chair will prepare a proposal to monitor the progress of regional forum. Therefore, Indonesia will support the Secretariat in developing this document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Secretariat, do you have any further explanation on this matter?
Thank you, Chair. We have taken note of the intervention from Indonesia, and we appreciate the support of the Chair for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, and thank you, Indonesia. Next round to Thailand. Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand welcomes the new framework for cooperation. We agree that the thematic working group would be more closely governed by the regional forum. Moreover, its term for reference need to be finalized in consultation with each of the TWG. Furthermore, there is still a need to develop the formation and structure of the scientific panel. Guiding principles and complementary documents, which is expected to be finalized by the third quarter of 2025. To accomplish this work, Thailand suggests establishing a task force to review and make recommendations for the framework for cooperation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. Secretariat, could you please clarify on that matter, on thematic working group governance?
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the recommendation from Thailand, and we, as Secretariat, strongly believes that thematic working groups are the backbone of the regional forum, providing technical guidance and support on important measures of the need for the countries. And we understand that we have been advocating for finalizing the TOR, and we have proposed to finalize in a given period of time. And of course, the suggestion to establish the scientific panel, and also we have taken note of the request to establish a task force to expedite the work, and we will facilitate the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your answer. Thailand. Okay.
Malaysia.
Next round will be the Republic of Korea in my list, and following by Malaysia and Nepal.
Thank you,
Republic
Chair.
of Korea, you may address the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I believe that frequently updated disclosure of reports and documents is crucial for an open communication. While I'm aware of there are already some updated documents on the UNEP and WHO official website, I hope the documents, including that of today's forum, will be updated even more frequently and quickly. In addition, in order to prevent any misunderstanding, I would like to ask for a clarification on the role of ACE, Asian Pacific Center for Environment and Health, as a secretariat mentioned in the working document of the framework that was uploaded on the Indico. Republic of Korea is aware that within WHO WHO ACE serves as the secretariat of the forum. Republic of Korea supports ACE and hopes ACE will responsibly provide technical support and the function of the secretariat as one of the secretariats. We would like to suggest a revision of the very last paragraph of the framework document. We wish the subject would be changed into WHO and UNEP instead of WHO through ACE. Fund mobilization is something that the whole secretariat should be collectively working for, and it doesn't seem much appropriate to single WHO ACE out in the subject. Also, I believe a discussion among Korea, MOE, Seoul Metropolitan Government, and WHO, the members of tripartite MOU, should have come first before receiving this document online. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Secretariat, can you please answer these questions on updating the report and the ACE, please?
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback from the Republic of Korea. We take note of this proposal, and indeed the WHO Asia Pacific Center for Health and Environment is one of the secretariat members of the Joint Secretariat. So we are serving to the forum together with the UNEP and WHO CRO office. In regards to the suggestion made by the Republic of Korea on the wording of the fund mobilization, we are taking note, and this will be reflected. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, for your question.
May add on the reporting.
Okay, proceed.
So I think in terms of reporting, as Secretariat, we have ensured in the past all the high-level official meeting and the ministerial meeting reports are completed and endorsed within 1 week and uploaded into the website of the regional forum. So we have maintained that in the past, and we will ensure that it will be continued, because the forum is governed by member states, and we ensure that the requests of member states are taken into account. And also we would like to note that this is a proposal. This is not a final document. So member states, as suggested, we have taken note of the amendments and suggestions of member states, including Republic of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. The next round goes to Bhutan, Nepal. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Nepal appreciates the provision of this framework to open membership to all 51 countries and territories. Nepal is interested to become a full member of this regional forum, and we will process for submitting a letter of intent to the chair of the forum accordingly. In the current working document, the vision, goal, and objectives have been put together in a single paragraph. It is better to differentiate and specify separately. We note that there are 6 thematic working groups and understand their importance. However, considering a large number of thematic working groups and the multi-sectoral nature of health impact assessment thematic working group, it could be merged into some other thematic working groups without compromising its objectives and functions. Lastly, we fully support the proposal of 4th ministerial meeting in Manila in 2016 on considering transboundary environmental health issues such as air pollution and chemical safety in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. Thank you for your appreciation and willingness to work together. Secretariat, do you have any answer for that one?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We welcome Nepal's decision to join the regional forum as a full member, and we look forward to working closely with Nepal. on the suggestions in terms of merging technical working groups, it's a decision that is always been taken by the high-level officials meeting. So it's a suggestion that can be put forward. And if the high-level official meeting at current sitting wishes to make changes, that's always welcome. If other members support such merging or changes. But I just want to highlight the fact that initial thematic working groups was reduced to 6 in last year's high-level official meeting held in Jakarta. So if member states still want to reduce, we welcome if it is a collective decision of member states. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat, for your explanation. Malaysia, would you like to take the floor?
Okay, Malaysia acknowledged the significant progress and far-reaching impact of this regional forum, which has, over the past 20 years since 2004, served as an invaluable platform to strengthen strategic collaboration across multiple sectors, particularly the environment and health. This forum has not only fostered closer partnership in addressing environmental and public health, but has also provided a dynamic space for the sharing of crucial knowledge and expertise among member states. In addition to its role in the environment and health sectors, the regional forum continues to serve as a vital hub for exchanging experiences and addressing complex issues related to other key sectors, including energy, transport, and labor. And by offering a comprehensive platform for dialogue and problem solving, it has enabled the region to collectively tackle challenges and explore sustainable solutions that will benefit all stakeholders. And Malaysia remains fully committed to support all initiatives that have been developed or are in the planning stages, and stands ready to contribute actively to ensure the success of this collaborative effort. And our country recognizes the importance of this forum in shaping a better, more sustainable future, and will continue to play a supportive role in the realization of its objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia, for your encouragement and commitment. Secretariat, do you have any comment on the Malaysian?
Thank you, Chair. I think it was more of assurance from Malaysia of their continued support to the forum. And with that, we also confirm our continued commitment to provide technical guidance and support to the regional forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Is there any more comment from the floor? Okay. Allow me to wrap up the discussion by acknowledging the comprehensive list of intervention that have been put forward, and we appreciate your thoughtful contribution. Your perspectives are crucial to our collective understanding in shaping an agreed commitment of the framework for the cooperation as guidance for member countries to implement APRFHE work plan. Next, we are now moving to the next agenda, 4.2, Jakarta Declaration. Yeah. Let me give an overview on this matter. Yeah. Okay. I got just note from my co-chair. Secretariat. Yeah. Could you please clarify on the framework, the agenda of 4.1? On the framework, do we have to, yeah, to display in this matter and then heard intervention from the floor, or or to endorse the framework, because we will bring that document tomorrow on the high-level meeting.
Chair, if I may clarify,
Yeah.
as suggested, what we have proposed is to finalize the framework by the incoming chair within a period of 1 year. So that is the decision that we expect the high-level officials meeting to endorse and submit for the ministerial forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Is there any reason to hold it for 1 year?
Thank you, Chair. The reason why it has been proposed, because as we all know that at the moment we we don't know the next chair of the forum. Indonesia's chairship will come to an end by 31st December of this year. Given that we need to have that leverage of time frame to provide the opportunity for the incoming chair to complete the work. And if member states in this high-level official meeting suggest that 1 year is too long, we welcome any suggestions from the high-level official meeting to complete it in 6 months. But I think we have to be reasonable in terms of proposing a time frame. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Secretariat, for your clarification. We just would like to understand the time frame. So we have to wait until next year to finalize the framework. Yes, as all of us already in here in Jakarta, and tomorrow we'll have a high-level meeting for that, for adopting the agenda. So maybe it is time now to finalize the framework.
Chair, the response from the Secretariat is that the framework for cooperation, we already have an endorsed framework for cooperation that was endorsed in 2017. However, the request from member states is to make revisions, and we have proposed revisions, and that revisions can be finalized in the given time by the next year. That has been the recommendation from the Secretariat to the forum.
Thank you for your clarification, and we will take note on that matters. Okay, we will proceed to the next agenda, 4.2, Jakarta Declaration. Yeah. Allow me to provide a brief overview for this topic. This pivotal agenda item is aiming to finalize the draft of Jakarta Declaration provided by Chair and Secretariat, taking into consideration the inputs received via email from Malaysia, Japan, Brunei, the Philippines, Republic of Korea, and WHO, WPRO. Therefore, we appreciate your contribution and cooperation during this last iteration of the draft. It is expected to be finalized during this 12th HLOM, so it can be passed to the 5th ministerial meeting for endorsement. Without further delay, let me call Ms. Nuraini, representative of the Directorate of Climate Change Adaptation, to enlighten us with the Jakarta Declaration. Ms. Nuraini, your allocated time is 10 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Committee, can you help me with the draft? Okay. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor to present the Jakarta Declaration draft. My today presentation is the third draft, and I'll deliver my presentation, I think, in a more brief time because we are running out of time. Let's dive into the draft. First, I'd like to reverse the title first. The title of the declaration is Jakarta Declaration of Cooperation on Health and Environment. The first draft, this draft consists of, how much? Let's see first. I think 14 paras. And then the first para serves as a preamble of the declaration. And then the next 5 paras is actually the background or rationale to take action and the potential cooperation among countries of the APRFHE. The second para is about SDGs related to environment and health. And then the next para is emphasizing the needs for this forum's response in a more strong and coordinated manner. Para 4 is about linkages, CC and health. And the 5th para is related to linkages CBD to the One Health approach. The para 6 is regarding impacts of pollution on environment and health. The next 4 paras, para 7 till para 10, actually is the para related to commitment to underlining further action at all levels to accelerate the cooperation on health. On para 7, commitment, particularly action related to knowledge sharing, experiences on NIHAP, addressing co-benefit, improve air quality and CC mitigation efforts, encouraging WASH implementation by focusing on capacity building, innovation, as well as develop dedicated fund. On climate change aspect, addressing stakeholder engagement in research, means of implementation based on voluntary agreed term, voluntary risk impact assessment based action, and promote MOI-based or means of implementation based on the related convention for chemical and waste management. Develop, adopt, and capacity building and implement health impact assessment, including health risk assessment protocols. And advocate One Health approach guided by regional and global framework, such as One Health Joint Plan for Action 2022 to 2026. Move to the next para 11 is related to funding sources, particularly requested UNEP and WHO to assist member countries. On para 12 is about the importance of APRFHE to synergize with other regional forum or platform in terms of health and environmental nexus. For para 13 to 14 as the closing paras, which expressing appreciation to Indonesia as the host of the 5th HROM and welcoming the next chairship of the APRFHE. I think that's it for the draft of Jakarta Declaration, and I'll pass the discussion to the chair for the last iteration. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nuraini. Okay, thanks for your drafting this declaration. I think this is a third iterative process, a third draft, and then this one is distributed since March 2024. And now, allow me to define the steps that we will take for this session. The first step, I will invite each country that would like to give an intervention to the draft. The second one, we will go through para by para in order to finalize the draft by considering the intervention received. Now, I will give to the member state to give a comment on this declaration. Okay. Secretariat, can you please? Yeah. Yeah. Is there any concern on para number 1? Thank you. Brunei, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. On para 1, since the Brunei Darussalam's Minister of Health or even the Minister of Environment for Brunei will not be able to attend the upcoming ministerial meeting, wonder whether it would be possible to amend para 1. So perhaps we, the Ministers of Health, Ministers of Environment, and Head of Delegations of the Asia Pacific Regional Forum on Health and Environment. So this is also in consistency with the previous Manila Declaration as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brunei. Secretariat, there is from Brunei Darussalam that we would like that to add head of delegation in this para, because not all of the delegation are from the Minister of Health or Minister of Environment. Please take a note on that one. Yeah. Delegates, is there any more concern on the para number 1? Okay, we may proceed to para number 2. Recognizing the need to intensify implementation of health and environment-related targets of the SDGs with a particular focus on SDG number 3 and SDG number 6, SDG number 7, 11, 12, 13, and 15. Yeah, I think this template one, these 5 SDGs. I will proceed to para number 3, emphasizing the need for a strong and coordinated response to the persisting and emerging environmental risks to build resilience, health systems, and communities capable of mitigating, anticipating, and withstand future crises and pandemic. I see no flag. I will proceed to number 4. Affirming the critical importance of the Paris Agreement and COP28 outcomes, and recognizing the necessity for regional support for their implementation, we also commit to advancing climate actions and strengthening health sectors in building climate resilient and environmental sustainable health system and thriving communities for the benefit of present and future generations. I see no flag. Number 5, in light of the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we reaffirm the importance of integrating strategies that ensure the well-being of all living beings and the sustainability of our planet's biodiversity, such as implementing the One Health approach to address complex health and environmental challenges in a holistic manner. Any suggestion on this para? I see no concern. Number 6, acknowledge and further promote the awareness of the significant impact of air pollution on health and the environment, and the need for regional cooperation to supplement regional and international initiatives, and encouraging member countries to accelerate efforts on preventing and reducing air pollution to promote healthy air quality. Any concern on this para? Proceed to number 7, para 7. Call on governments, the international development community, civil society organizations, the private sector, and other key stakeholders to enhance our collective efforts towards achieving tangible process on realistic and measurable targets in the areas of health and environment which align with multilateral commitments. Okay. We proceed to number 8. Encouraging member countries to report on the progress of implementing APRFHE commitments, which stated in the APRFHE declaration according to their respective condition and priorities to ensure sustainability on this regional forum. Number 9, advocating for developing joint monitoring and project to ensure effective implementation of APRFHE initiative, and emphasizing the importance of information, knowledge exchange, and technological transfer on mutually agreed terms, adhering the ethical standards in international cooperation. I see no concern. Number 10.
Hello. Can
Secretary,
you hear me?
Your floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much. And dear delegations, thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Ichiro Hama, national focal point for this forum from Japan, joining online from Tokyo. As this is my first time to take the floor, I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate government of Indonesia for your effort for this important meeting. Apologies for not being able to be in person and due to conflicting schedule. Regarding the third draft Jakarta Declaration presented here, while Japan welcomes most elements of the draft declaration, Japan would like to suggest minor changes for this para. There are wording of technology transfer on mutually agreed terms in the para 9, as well as para 10C and para 10D. Japan would like to add the word voluntary and in front of mutually agreed terms in these paras. We have currently 3 technology transfers in the draft, and Japan would like to have voluntary and mutually agreed terms with them. Japan considers that technology transfer should be conducted based on voluntary and mutually agreed terms. Japan submitted this suggestion to the forum's secretariat in response to the second draft declaration, but it doesn't seem it's reflected. I hope it is acceptable to all, and thank you for your understanding. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the chair and the secretariat for your effort to draft this declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, for your suggestion. And we miss you in this room because you have to be sit next by me. Okay, yeah, Japan. You miss you in the room, Japan. Okay, Japan proposed to add word voluntarily and in the front of technological transfer. There are three technological transfer in this. Yeah. Secretariat, I would like to ask Secretariat for this draft. Is there any reason that the Japan's proposed on this word is missing in this declaration?
Thank you, Chair. The comments, the declaration was shared with member states by the Chair, and the comments from member states were directly sent to the Chair. So we have no role in making these changes because the comments were directly by member states to the Chair because the declaration itself comes from the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your clarification. Delegates, is there any concern on this, the word voluntarily and mutually in the front of the word technological transfer? If not, thank you, Japan, for your suggestion. We will take note of your suggestion. Okay. If there is no more concern, I will proceed to the next one, the 10. Korea? Korea? Do you want to take a floor?
Number 10.
Number 10. Okay, not yet. Wait for two more minutes. Okay, I will read it for you then. Okay, number 10, committing to the following action. 10A, promoting knowledge sharing and cooperation among countries on the design, implementation, update, and sustainability of national environment and health actions plan and their contribution to coordinate action related to environment and health. Korea, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Republic of Korea submitted a last-minute opinion to the third draft, and we would like to repeat the suggestion once more. MOE, Republic of Korea believes that paragraph 10, starting with committing, would require the member states too much responsibility, and thus wishes that the word committing would be revised to recommending or encouraging. And Republic of Korea would also like to request a revision of the air quality section under paragraph 10, committing to the following action in the subclause B. Upon our initial feedback submission, we humbly requested the removal of the climate co-benefit as TWG air quality and health. Current work plan is solely focused on air quality and associated health issues, and it does not include climate-related plans. This clause was then removed in the second draft, but was somehow brought back in the third draft. Therefore, we kindly ask if it might be possible to revise number 10B to the sentence, that is address the impact of air pollution on health and promote improvement of air quality and reduction of health problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea, for your suggestion. Korea suggesting that the word committing refers to recognizing or encouraging, yeah, and the 10B to the adding the impact of air pollution. Brunei? Oh, sorry. We will Korea. We will take note on your suggestion. Thank you. Brunei, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So actually, I think we also had similar sentiments to what Korea was thinking, given the legally binding nature of a declaration. We just felt like the word commit is a bit too strong in terms. So we will support any other suggestions apart from the word commit. Thank you.
Thank you, Brunei, for your flexibility. And we're taking note on the committing word. Delegates, is there any comment on this 10A or B before I proceed to next point? I see none. Okay. C, encouraging WASH implementation of safe and climate resilient water and sanitation system and services in healthcare facilities by focusing on capacity building, innovation, and developing dedicated funds. Okay. In Indonesia, we call it bungkus. Next round, next D, engage stakeholders in addressing climate change impact on health and environment by conducting research, exchanging knowledge, technological transfer, on mutually agreed terms, conducting climate change vulnerability, risk, and impact assessment to guide adaptation action, and promoting climate benefits through regional cooperation and initiative. Yeah. E, promoting technological transfer. We're taking note of Japan intervention on mutually agreed terms for environmentally sound chemical and waste management in accordance to international conventions such as the Basel Convention, Rotterdam Convention, and Stockholm Convention, and Minamata Convention, and encourage research and development on the health impacts of chemical and waste, taking into account national capacities and priorities.
Please.
Any comment?
Here.
From the floor. Oh, sorry.
Sorry for being at this side. Okay. Speaking on behalf of the co-chair of TWG, CWH, we would like to make a minor modification on E, on the second line. After in accordance to, we would like to add the word, the global framework on chemicals and related blah, blah, blah. Because the second draft, the word, the global framework on chemicals is still there, but in the third draft is absent and replaced by international conventions. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. We taking note on your intervention. Thank you very much. Next, F. We have F, yeah. Develop, adopt, build capacity, and implement regional health impact assessment, including environmental health risk assessment protocols for sustainable and equitable development. G, further promote the awareness and advocacy for One Health approach by emphasizing the interconnectedness of health sectors with environment, forestry, agriculture, and more, addressing gaps through regular assessment and fostering collaboration and research guided by regional and global frameworks, such as One Health Joint Plan for Action 2022-2026. Bungkus? Yeah, it is already 5:30, so we have to make a joke. Don't be serious. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for that. Okay. Any comment on this G? 11, requesting UNEP and WHO to assist member countries in assessing funding from international financial institutions to advance the development of health and environment initiative. Next, 12, underlining the necessity of further action at national, regional, and global levels to accelerate cooperation on health and environment, collaborating with existing regional initiatives such as ASEAN Leaders Declaration on One Health Initiative, quadripartite One Health, to work collaboratively with regional forum. We express our sincere appreciation to the government of Indonesia for hosting the 5th ministerial meeting and its dedication as chair of APRFHE 2020-2024. Welcoming the new chair of the regional forum, anticipating continued leadership and progress in our collective efforts. Okay. This Jakarta Declaration signifies our renewed commitment to collaborative, integrated approach to addressing health and environmental challenges in the Asia-Pacific region, ensuring a healthier and more sustainable future for all. Any general comment on this Jakarta Declaration? Thank you to all delegates for your flexibility on this declaration. Yeah. And as there is no more flagging, so I thank you for your input and participation. We are now moving to the next agenda. Yeah. Closing day 1, delivered by WHO Secretariat. Thank you, and we wish you all good luck and have a good meeting. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Irawan, who already chaired the meeting. And big applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for us today. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Framework for Cooperations and Jakarta Declarations ends our agenda today. The distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your participation today, and we would like to inform all the delegates that tomorrow we still have another agenda. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. at Swiss Hotel Ballroom, and also enjoy your day, and please have a good rest. I'm Tasha Sharif. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
pardon to take the floor again, only a little bit, maybe like announcement that we already make a adjustment to the Jakarta declarations. Unfortunately not show in live, so in this tonight we will, this afternoon we will share to you through email the versions that we discussed these sessions, this agenda, and then we will open again if there is another you request to have take a look again at tomorrow agenda, so we can endorse the revised versions. Thank you. Once more. Actually, we missed the recap day 1. Secretariat, do you prepare already can project, or we can postpone to tomorrow, day 2, or you ready to project the recap? I hope Secretariat still be there. Okay, if none, I believe that Secretariat already, we have the file, and maybe since we already closed the sessions, maybe we will project the day 1 recap tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you all.
Thank you, Chair. So we will then do the recap tomorrow.
Thank you, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy our dinner at the Basel Room 123 and enjoy the dinner. I'm Tasha Sharif. Thank you so much, and see you in tomorrow morning. Thank you.